And what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for being here today. Appreciate y'all hanging out here this morning, giving me the likes ahead of time, and we're ready for a good race today. It is the ever 400. I'm assuming it's Kevin Harvick, the four tribute to my man Kevin Harvick, his last chance here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Appreciate y'all all being here. Thanks for the likes. Hit the comments. All the ones that have popped in here early. Thank you so much for everything. But we're here in Miami for the second to last race before the final four is named. But we have some interesting after we went off the air last week. Ryan Blaney was DQ'd after a great finish. Ryan Blaney was DQ'd and he was disqualified. So he lost a lot of points, and now he's in second to last place with Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher didn't get many stage points last week, so he's in very last place. Well, let's take a look at the playoffs here standings for your NASCAR drivers. Kyle Larson is in first with William Byron in second, Martin Truex Jr. in third, and my man Denny Hamlin in fourth. Christopher Bell in fifth, Tyler Reddick in sixth, Ryan Blaney seventh, and Chris Buescher eighth. So there is your playoff standings. And let's listen to Kyle Larson, the winner of last week's race.
Good enough we can stay out front. I think it is. Felt good in practice yesterday. I think they made some good adjustments on it overnight, and hopefully we can have a run like we did last year.
And like last week, make it a clean sweep. He starts fifth today, Kim.
Dave, Christopher Bell enters this race a mere 2 points below the cut line, and you told us last weekend you felt like Vegas was your moment to get in the championship four. What do you and the team need to do today to create that opportunity again?
Just need another race like Vegas, and I know that we're certainly capable of it. Miami is such a fun racetrack. You can really race all over this place. I felt really comfortable in practice yesterday, so I think that we can dial that comfort factor back a little bit, get some more speed in it, and we're going to be just fine.
Christopher Bell rolls off 13th.
So, DJ, let's go back to Kyle Larson. You know, we talk about him being
Bell.
locked in. How
Not
should
on the
he
pole
and Cliff
for
Daniels
once.
as crew chief approach the next 2 weeks before Phoenix?
He just told you, but I'm going to add a little to it.
Okay.
You know, when you get that, some people like to call it momentum. I'll call it confidence. You don't want that
What's
to
up,
go
Alex?
away.
How you doing?
So you're at a track that your driver can dominate. He's going to go out
What's
here
up,
and try
Ace?
to do exactly that. And when he does that, it adds a lot of pressure to everybody else. So you don't want to stop that. You want to just keep that rolling right on into the Phoenix race.
Yeah, and Dale just said it. You want to keep that rolling. You don't want to let down in this race and head it into Martinsville and then think you can pick it back up in Phoenix. You've got to keep that pressure and keep that intensity on the rest of the field.
Kyle, Christopher Bell was 8/100ths of a second from the win at Las Vegas. He called it a gut-wrenching loss.
Oh,
Should
did
he
they?
view it that way?
Okay.
You know what? I understand what he's saying because he felt like he lost an opportunity. But he should be over it. And looking at that interview, I think he is over it. He has to move on. He has to look at this race as an opportunity, another opportunity for them to do what he said, what we did at Vegas. Let's go get it done. If you're going to be a champion, you have to react to situations like that like a champion. And when you do, today for this team is going to show what they're made of. Can they bounce back from that mental? Can they be mentally tough and bounce back?
Yeah, that was a great showing. He did everything he possibly could, nothing to hang his head about. He showed us last year how he's ready and for these moments in these playoffs to make happen what he needs to happen.
Yeah.
I look for him to have a great day.
Well, when we come back, can Martin Truex Jr. turn it around today after a rough start to the playoffs? They are on the pole here at Miami. We'll discuss that. Plus, Pitbull is in the house. We'll hear from the co-owner of Trackhouse Racing next.
All right. Thanks so much for being here, guys. Appreciate you hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 20 likes. 20 likes before the start of this race. We'll get to see if we can get to 50 or so, but we need some more folks to pop in here. But thank you guys for the ones that are tuning in here this morning. Appreciate everybody. Martin Truex Jr. on the pole today. Martin Truex Jr. on the pole. What a run for him. And I did not see that about Blaney. Thank you for that, John. I'll have to take a look at that. I was been on vacation the last 4 days, so I have not been able to see that. Have you any new sponsors for a team like Rockstar Games? I have not, Axel. I've really just been doing this myself. I'm part of the YouTube Partners program again, so that's a good thing. So hopefully we can get back some more folks. We have memberships now, one for 99 cents, $1.99, and $2.99. And we're going to have a whole bunch of more emojis as well. Still going to watch Houston and win the World Series. We'll see what happens, Alex. But we'll be doing the World Series coming up here very soon as well. But we're back from Disney, back from a great 4 or 5 days in Orlando, and had a great time. Thanks for the ones that popped in while we did some live streams from Disney. I know Disney's not the thing for everybody, but I appreciate that. The ones that did pop in and say hi, I appreciate that, and dropping the like. So we're just waiting on the live thing to go live here, the raw feed, and we'll take it to the next screen. But thank you guys for tuning in. This race is on NBC, and we'll be watching it on our NBC channel here and giving you the play-by-play. The in-race audio will be on as well, and should be a good time today. So make sure you're voting in the poll. Who's going to be, won't be ready for at least 3:30. Okay, sounds good. Or you won't be ready till at least 3:30. I got you. Bell, Reddick, Blaney, Busher, Bell, Reddick, and Blaney all at 3. So there's what's up, Surf Bump. What's going on? All right, so now I got it all up. Let's go to the main segment here. And we'll bring it on up. And we're ready for some racing. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in here today. See if we get some more folks in here for the race. And if this don't work today, I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to call up YouTube and say, what is going on? What are y'all doing to me? You're not giving me anything. But with the race starting here pretty soon, we'll see what happens. Just typical Southeast Asian NASCAR fans need to cut out sleep and take no tires and fuel only. That's right, man. 2 a.m. Thanks for staying up late for me watching the race here. So I'm going to bring it back to in-race audio here for you a second. Make sure you're subscribing. Make sure you're hitting that like button. And we'll be ready to go, y'all. Thank you for the 20 likes. Let's go to 30 likes. 30 likes will be our new goal. 30 likes on the channel before we get to 50 will be our main goal before the green flag drops. But we are here for the Forever 400.
Disqualified for an illegal shock after further investigation. NASCAR rescinded the penalty and reinstated the points. Martin Truex Jr. is on the pole today. He said afterwards he was actually shocked to get his second pole of the year. And right now, Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick, Ryan Blaney, and Chris Buescher are below the cut line with 2 races left.
I have not seen any new sponsors.
So DJ, let's talk about Martin Truex Jr. These playoffs have just been terrible for Truex. Just one top 10 on the pole today. Can they turn it around and get a win in Miami?
Okay, let's state the facts here. They've lost points to the cut line in all but one of the playoff races so far. But here they are with an opportunity to race for another championship just 2 weeks from today. So I say, let's do things right here today. Yeah. No mistakes here. Let's give our man Martin Jr. an opportunity to showcase his talents. He's got all the talents. He's a champion. Don't make any mistakes in giving that chance.
As hot as they were mid-year and as cold as they've been, it can turn the other way on a dime. And we may have seen that turning last week where they salvaged something out of a bad call on pit road. They salvaged something. They've come here set on the pole. Is this a momentum builder? I think it could be.
Well, we promised Pitbull, Kyle, and here he is in his hometown hanging out with Junior and Burton.
All right, we're down here on pit road with Pitbull. It's a great opportunity to be able to talk to you, Pitbull. You, as a car owner, you're a winning car owner. You've been around the sport now for a couple years. I got to know, what's your impression so far? What do you love about NASCAR?
What I love about
awesome,
NASCAR,
man. Super
the fans
fast
are passionate,
100. Welcome in.
The fans are loyal.
Appreciate
the fans are fighters. And I just feel like I'm around a bunch of underdogs that try to do the best thing that we can every day. And that's what it is. One thing is winning, another thing is generating, but what better thing to be able to utilize Trackhouse and NASCAR to bring people together? That's what it's all about.
Man, you talk about Trackhouse. This stuff means so much to you. You actually named your latest album Trackhouse. What's that all about?
Creating awareness not only for Trackhouse, but also NASCAR all around the world at this point. And Trackhouse, the album, is the same way, the way we feel about the car and about racing. It's about bringing people together. So you're going to hear a lot of different music on there, and a lot of y'all probably going to listen to it and learn a little bit of Spanish as well.
Well, you've had an opportunity to see you guys on the track this weekend. What do you think y'all chances are today?
Well, you know with me, man, I'm always going to tell you that we're going to take it to the house. Track house, why? Because the house always wins. Whether on the track or off the track, one way or another, we make it happen. One time, Daniel, Rapido Suarez, and off the chain or off the wall, Chastain, Dolly.
Is that the pre-race speech you give these guys?
Man, yeah, when I get in there, you know, we make it happen. I told them today is all
Thank you,
about
man.
making history.
See what he can do today.
I feel that Trackhouse and NASCAR together, man, it's amazing what we've been able to do, and that's what, like I said, we making history. So thank to all the fans out there. I say it all the time because it's the truth. Without y'all, there's no Pitbull and definitely no Trackhouse.
Pitbull,
Thank you.
Junior and Burton
Well,
right there.
it's great energy down here. That's the kind of energy we all need, Kyle. We got it down here.
We got to hit him with a dolly. Dolly. Say it.
Dolly.
Ah, you got it.
Dolly, that's it, man. You got to say it. You got to say it, man. Hey, listen, I spent time with him this morning, and he is a motivator. He is an inspiration. When this team, when he walks in that truck, these people step it up a little bit. Daniel, Ross Chastain, man, they were pumped. He brings people together. That's what his message is, to bring people together. He came to this sport as an owner, but he has become a huge fan, and you heard it. Let's take NASCAR Worldwide. He is Mr. Worldwide. He's got 25 million followers on X or Twitter. Okay, our top 8 drivers in the contenders only have 2.5 million. He's 10 times more popular.
Wow, it's incredible. And, you know, it's so good for the sport to see people like that, Michael Jordan here involved.
Yeah.
You know, people step up their game whenever they walk in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And MJ, I mean, has he missed a race lately?
Not many.
I don't think he's missed a race.
Hard to believe he gets off the golf course long enough, but he loves this.
He gets tired of taking your money. Is what happens, you know? When we come back.
All right, so we're going to go to commercial break. Thanks for being here. Let's go over the field like we always do after that first commercial break, after they come on for a little bit. Let's go look through the field and who's going to be in what position today for the start of this green flag of the Forever 400 from Miami. So Martin Truex Jr. is on the pole today. That 19 Toyota, the 3 Toyotas there in the front. Bubba Wallace starting on the outside pole of Truex. Tyler Reddick in 3rd. Brad Keselowski in 4th. Kyle Larson in 5th. Austin Dillon 6th, William Byron 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Ty Gibbs 9th, Ryan Blaney 10th, and then 11th, Denny Hamlin, there's my boy Denny, Alex Bowman, Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez, Michael McDowell, Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones, and Corey LaJoie. There's your top 20. What's up, Dallas? I'm back. That's right. We had a good time. Welcome into the channel. Appreciate you being here. Make sure you're hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 30 likes on the channel. 30 likes will be our new goal. 30 likes as we are waiting for the start of this race, which is about 30 minutes or so, but I'm just making sure about 15 minutes. I said, I'm sorry, 15 minutes for the race to be starting. So appreciate y'all being here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Let's see if we can have a difference of a crowd from last week. It was probably our lowest stream ever for NASCAR, but let's see if we can get it going again. But thank you guys so much for being here. So 4 more likes to 30, and we'll start this race here very soon. If you would like to help out the channel, we have memberships now, 99 cents, $1.99, $2.99 are your rankings for the memberships. You'll have emojis that we can get to use. And we're trying to get some more going here with the emojis, and we'll have a whole bunch more for you to use. Maybe during the races, I'll change the emojis up for the races, which we have 2 more races left. 2 more races left for the NASCAR season, and we have done the whole season, maybe about 2 or 3 races short. Well, let's take a look. 20 through 36. 20 through 36. Corey LaJoie there in 20th. Chase Briscoe in 21st, Kevin Harvick there in 22nd, making his last start here at Homestead. Kevin Harvick in 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 23rd, John Hunter Nemechek there in 24th, AJ Allmendinger, the Dinger, is in 25th, Austin Cindric in 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Ryan Preece 29th, Eric Allenworth 30th, J.J. Yaley 31st, Todd Gillen in 32nd, Ty Dillon in 33rd, Ryan Newman gets the start today in 34th, Josh Bilicki in 35th, and Joey Logano in dead last.
Happen today, and there's going to be guys who fear going to Martinsville next week.
DJ, how about Denny Hamlin? You still confident in him?
I'm not as confident as Denny is about himself, but I still think he has a great opportunity here.
William
50
Byron was
times,
not great at Las Vegas, Kyle. You worried?
kept working on it, got it there, and got a top 10 out of it.
And Ryan Blaney, you got to wonder how that team's going to react after a
good car here today. Good car.
They have been excellent here in practice. We'll see if they can deliver that in the race as well. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please
that like button. We're
rise
trying to get to
as you
30
are
likes,
able
y'all.
and remove your hats as Olympic Heights High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Christ Journey Church, Pastor Ryan Reed.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, today's a big race, but Lord, your love for us is so much bigger. Your love for us endures forever. Lord, we ask for your protection over the drivers, teams, race personnel, and all their families. Lord, we also ask for your blessing over our nation's first responders, frontline workers, and military personnel who daily place their lives at risk for our benefit. Lord, please protect them as they seek to protect us. We invite your blessing over our night of racing and competition and offer this prayer to you in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome Latin Grammy-nominated singer, songwriter,
USA
and
in the
producer,
chat during the national anthem, y'all.
Luna
USA in
and
the chat
Jimenez
during the
is
national
out
anthem.
now. Here is Manu Manzo.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land?
Oh, what's going on? Oh, hold on a second, guys. Stupid. 1 second. Be there in a second. Missed the worst part. The best part. Back to it here. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that.
Hey, fellow truck lovers, it's me, Bob. Today I'm going to show you the
1
easiest
second,
way to
guys.
make
It's coming
your
back
truck.
here in 1 second. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Trying to get to 40 likes as the national anthem is ready. And we're ready to go. So, gentlemen, Start Your Engines is coming up. So make sure you're hitting that like button for us. See if we can get to 40 likes before the gentlemen Start Your Engines. 40 likes is our new goal. 40 likes. But thank you guys for tuning in here today. On the go at CeeLo. We do NASCAR here. Like 2 more races left of the NASCAR season. And we hope to join all of us here for the last 2 races. Oh, yes, right. God bless our military, D. Yes, sir. So all our redeems are working. All the redeems for the NASCAR playoff drivers are working. So if you guys like to redeem your driver for your favorite driver, let's see who you got to win this race today. Let me see who you got to win this race as we are down to our last 8 drivers in the playoffs. And I'm still going with my final 4. What's up, James Moore? Bad Brad, yep. I'm going with Denny. Of course, Larson is already in. So Denny, Larson, Truex, and I'm going with Byron. That is my 4. Troy says Larson. That's a good pick, Troy, because he can ride that wall. Him and Reddick both can ride that wall really well. So we'll see. So 5 more likes to 40. If you guys are just coming in, hit that like button for us. And subscribe to the channel. We'd love for you to join or subscribe. We've been really hurting on subscribers lately, so we would love for you to join us. Thank you for that subscribe. Appreciate that. We have super chats available. We have what's up, T-Man? What's going on? Welcome in. But we have super chats available. We have Venmo, Cash App, whatever you like to help out the channel. But memberships and super chats are the best way. Liking the stream is the #1 way to help the channel. Number 2 is to help subscribe to the channel. 3, to subscribe to the membership. And 4, super chat. So there's your 4 way you can help the channel. But just by hanging out here today and tapping those hearts as well. I see you tapping those hearts and those 100%. Tap those hearts and 100%. Larson Troy says, D says Truex. Because 5 has advanced, I think, between the 45 or the 11, Reeve says. So let me see your to win the race today.
Whittle it down to the final 4.
Oh yeah, fellas. Great job, DH. You damn right.
John says Truex.
Right there. Hell of a day. You're all good. Get to that checker flag. Get in there, William.
San Diego Kid, what's going on, man? Welcome in.
Just 2 chances left to grab a seat in the championship 4. 7 drivers fighting for the 3 spots still open in the championship 4. A win by a playoff driver today locks their spot in the championship Sunday in just 2 weeks at Phoenix. Before we get the engine started, let's head to pit road and check in with Kim Coon.
40 likes before the gentleman
William
starts your
Byron
engines.
holds
Hit that like
second
button
position
for
in the
us.
playoff standings, and while that sounds good, he is only 9 points to the good to the elimination line, and that could quickly be wiped away in a single stage. Crew Chief Rudy Friegel told me that they aren't surprised by it. He said that's what happens when you have a race where there really aren't any mistakes made by playoff contenders like we had it last weekend in Vegas.
But he wins today. Finally, James Moore. Maybe we'll see.
On other teams having problems and make mistakes, you have to run your own race. They'll have a little work to do, Dave. They called yesterday's car in practice decent, nothing special, but not bad.
Kim, Denny Hamlin is on the bubble, +2 to the cut line. Can he do it today from 11th position? Well, it's certainly possible. He's won here 3 times. Yesterday in practice, a car that wasn't necessarily balanced where the team wanted it, but it had a lot of speed. An engineering conundrum, Marty, they believe they can solve and help get Hamlin to victory lane.
DJ, the focus is always winning, but with 26 points separating 2nd to 7th, are points more critical than ever.
All year. I know
Absolutely,
you have, man.
because a guy named Kyle Larson might win this race again today, or maybe Kevin Harvick on his day here in Homestead. But if they do that, then there's 2 spots open in the championship 4.
Kyle, the drivers talk about risk versus reward here at Miami. Where would you rank this track in that category?
Numero uno, the big daddy today, because where it falls on the
Kevin
schedule.
Harvick.
You've
I'd like
got
to
to
see
make
him win
something
today.
happen, and you've got to risk it all to win it all.
Just 2 chances left to earn a spot in the championship 4. Let's get the engines cranked here in Miami.
Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers' success together has made them one of the most formidable driver crew chief duels in the garage. Mobil 1 is honored to share and celebrate that truly storied career. Here to say the most famous words in motorsports. For the Forever 400, crew chief for the number 4 Stewart Haas Ford, Rodney Childers, his wife Katrina, Gavin, and Brody.
Homestead, thank you for all the memories the last 10 years. Drivers, start your engines!
Let's go.
And a playoff field separated by only 30 points. Good is not going to be good enough. Chris Buescher started back in 17th. Martin Truex Jr. on the pole. He's got to go forward. He's got to get stage points. He's got to get a great finish. Last week, he finished 11th. 0 stage points. He lost a ton of points to 4th. It's going to have to be better today.
One
Running
more
up
like
against
the
the
40,
wall here,
y'all. Hit that
Homestead,
like
is where a
button.
lot of
See if we
drivers are
get
going
to
to want
50
to find
likes
speed
before
today.
the
But how
green
does that
flag.
work? When you get the car right up against the wall, it creates a funnel of air between the car and the wall. It increases the side force and increases your lap time. You can go a lot faster around this racetrack. If you
What's
move
the
away from the
cutoff?
wall,
Next week,
those side force
at
numbers
Martinsville
drop,
is the
and so
cutoff.
does the
And there'll
grip.
be 4
We're going to
drivers
find out
left.
when this race starts who wants to get up there,
Martin
find
Truex,
that
don't
speed,
make stupid
risk getting their
strategy
car
again
into
like
the
Las
wall.
Vegas
The
here,
green
it
flag
says.
is coming up next.
All right, green flag coming up next. The cars will be rolling here any minute, so make sure you're hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 50 likes before the green flag. Man, I've been saying Keselowski all year. I've already jinxed him, James Moore says. But let's see your last minute starts here. Who you got to win this race? Let me see who you have to win this race. Last minute picks getting in here. Bowman, San Diego Kid says, there you go. All right. So Bowman, we got Martin Truex Jr. We've had Larson. I'm going to go Tyler Reddick for the win. Tyler Reddick for the win. I'd love to see Denny win, but I'm going to go Tyler Reddick for the win here. Tyler Reddick's going to win. Him or Larson, they both can ride that wall. As Marsh Racing has been in here all year with us. He said that Mosh said that Tyler Reddick and Larson can ride that wall like no other, just like Darlington. I'm going Tyler Reddick for the win today. Tyler Reddick get that 23-11 in the Tampa Championship 4. But we'll see. T-Van says, I'm not a 4 guy, but I want to see him win for his own team. With Hamburger Levy stealing those points to 45. So keep hitting that like button for us, y'all. My Titans are off today, so I don't have to worry about watching them. But thank you guys so much for tuning in to On the Go at CeeLo, as we've been having a great time this whole season. And we'd love for you to hang out with us some more. So 9 more likes to 50. Let's see if we can get to 50 likes before the green flag.
Miami Speedway, the Nascar Cup Series Playoffs from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the 4th ever 400 presented by Mobile One. Running at this racetrack has proven very advantageous if you can get right up next to the wall. As Dale Jr. just mentioned, next to the wall, he gives us a little bit more of a look into the art of ripping the fence.
The walls at Homestead-Miami Speedway are like a hurricane. The closer you get to the wall, the more dangerous it becomes.
Sideways, yeah.
Founded by Ralph Sanchez back in 1993 as an effort to rebuild Homestead after Hurricane Andrew, this track has been just that, a rapidly rotating storm system. But for those who have an eye for success here at Homestead-Miami, they need to practice the art of the high line.
Blaney bounces off the safer barrier.
Or more commonly known as ripping the fence.
He's on the wall, he's hauling ass.
Ripping the fence.
Figure out if my feet how to go fast without hitting the wall.
I love racing at the top of the racetrack. It's a gut check every lap. To look deep into the corner and floor it, sailing the car right up against the letters on the wall.
Trying to slow down so I didn't hit the wall.
Dirt car racers have thrived on the speed gains inches from from Stewart.
Look at Stewart drive that car in.
Wow. Edwards.
Carl
Thank
Edwards
you for that
checked
subscribe.
out.
Reddick.
Appreciate that.
Larson.
Got an 8.1 second lead.
Have all shaved the wall en route to victory here.
Miami, baby.
The opportunity to go topside
Coming outside.
is always there.
Out of the outside, here comes Logano.
The risk and reward comparison will be heavy.
We're in the wall hard here.
It's all throttle control.
Rick, no one knows it better, in my opinion, than Dale Jr. He knows how to run the top, but another driver who's very good around the top. He's gone to victory lane here at Miami before. Martin Truex Jr. sat on the pole today. Let's see if we can dial him up here. Hey, Martin, it's the NBC booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Well, man, you start with the best seat in the house. You've seen victory lane here before. Take the fans behind the wheel and the risk versus reward manage you have with the top lane here at Miami.
All right. Yeah, you're always kind of battling that. You know, when do I get up there? How hard do I push it? How much do I risk? So it's been a challenge, you know, for years to be able to make speed against the wall. There's a few guys that are really, really good at it. I've been able to move around a little bit and find some other things and not risk too much, at least in 1 and 2. So we'll see how that all plays out today. But we need to get to the end of this thing and, you know, have the right side in it, be in one piece without the toe knocked out.
Well, we're going to let you off the hook for the second question. We're going to bring in your crew chief, James, on top of the pit box 4 tires probably all day long. What else can a crew chief do to help their driver and team manage 400 miles here?
Yeah, just try and keep up with the track. Obviously, it's going to change a lot. And, you know, just try and make sure we're on the right strategy. And, you know, it might get into a situation where we have to save some tires here. So we'll see how it all plays out, and hopefully we're there at the end with a straight car and we have a shot at it.
Well, guys, we really appreciate you taking the time. We know the fans do as well. Good luck today. We talked about ripping the fence, and we have seen it. We saw it yesterday. When we talk about running the wall, look at these shots right here. We don't mean 2 feet. We mean less than a foot. And you see just how close these cars can come. And Dale Jr. talked about kind of sandwiching that air, and that's the key. The front of the car is maybe a foot away from the wall, but the tail of the car almost 6 inches, creating that wedge, like leaning on a crutch. Think about that as you drive in the corner, how much easier it would be knowing you have something to lean on. The problem is, you know how easy, Rick, it is for that crutch to be kicked out, and next thing you know, you're into the fence. A lot of risk, Dave, up top. We talked to Truex. He starts front and center on the front row. How about the rest of the starting field?
Yeah, let's take a look at the starting lineup, Steve. And the top 10 are a who's who of who's fast today at Homestead. Bubba Wallace on the outside of row number 1, fastest in practice, second in qualifying. He'll look to be good this afternoon. And down on the bottom there, 10th, his good buddy Brian Blaney. A lot of people in the garage area this weekend have said this is the car to beat this weekend. We shall see by the end of the day, Kim.
Hey, let's go a little further back in the field. The lowest starting of the 8
Leo?
playoff drivers. Chris Buescher there in the 17th starting position. He's 23 points below the cut line, but there is still so much fight in this team. They told me while others have counted them out, they are still here to win a championship. Alongside him, you see 2-time Miami winner Kyle Busch. Kyle has finished top 10 in the last 8 races here. Marty, that's the longest active streak.
Well, Kim, as Rick mentioned, today's race is called the Forever 400 in honor of the retiring Kevin Harvick. Harvick won his Cup Series championship at Miami in 2014, so the track gave him the rights to pick all of the pre-race dignitaries. Harvick's crew chief Rodney Childers and his family gave the command to start the engines this afternoon, and Harvick picked NASCAR Vice Chairman Mike Helton to wave the green flag. Harvick's Cup career quickly winding down, just 3 races left. So Dale Jr., based on your experience in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, how could the sunset affect the drivers today?
Well, right now we've got overcast conditions, and the drivers are going to hope that that persists throughout the day. We've seen the sun come in and out throughout the morning, but when that sun is in your eyes, not only is it tough to understand your entry point into turn 1, trying to get down in the corner, knowing where to lift. If you're wanting to run that wall, how can you tell where it's at with the sun in your eyes? Plus, on pit road, we've seen a lot of problems here trying to get on pit road. Drivers not being able to see their pit box, as we see Martin Truex Jr. getting spun around in his box last year. So anything can happen here on this racetrack when the sun's in your eyes. You've got to be on top of your game. You've got to have that windshield covered just right so that sun's not bothering you off into turn 1.
Thanks, Junior. And up front, we saw him earlier, but Mr. 305, who is now Mr. Worldwide, Pitbull, is the honorary pace car rider. He is
hit that like button, y'all.
Congratulations to him. Just dropped his most recent album last week, I believe. Trackhouse.
And you hear him with the drivers with Jeff. I mean, he can give me a pep talk anytime.
Hope y'all are ready to go for this race. I'm ready. I hope you have fun. On lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Sr.
He was really fired up when he was chatting with those guys. So
here we go.
Good time. And how about another pep talk? This one from the 45 team.
Do that same thing all day. We'll be in good shape. Ready? Let's go have fun, guys. Great track for us. Cars got speed. Let's do what we know best. Let's go out there and have fun.
Go out, have fun. Hamburglar on the hood of the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
Yeah. Grimace right in front. Some popular paint schemes. Good-looking cars. You talk about different marketing and ways to do it. Nice. 2 great-looking cars from 2311. We'll see if they are as fast as they look.
You got to be fast if you're the Hamburglar. And Grimace. We've seen great things already this weekend out of Bubba Wallace. Can he continue that trend as we get ready for the green flag? It's the second race of the round.
Here we go, green flag. Let's go racing, boys.
There's Mike Helton waving the green flag.
William Byron right away jumps out of line, 3 wide in the 3rd row.
Byron.
Quickly, we see Bubba Wallace jumping out front. Martin Truex Jr. did not have the start he was hoping for.
Wallace, the leader.
Now to the bottom of the racetrack. He challenges for the lead.
Here comes Truex.
Lap number 1. A drag race to the line, and it looks like Truex Jr. will lead the first lap.
Oh,
Truex.
You talk so much about how the high lane is an advantage here, but that's a little later in the run. You see right now with the newer tires, both Martin Truex and Bubba Wallace running lower on the racetrack.
Bubba has 2 career wins, one at Talladega, one at Kansas. Kansas, he was dominant. And that's a 1.5 mile racetrack. A 1.5 mile, the distance of Homestead-Miami Speedway as well.
And why the shape is a little different, because it has kind of that D-shaped front stretch. The surface is remarkably the same. You would think Kansas and Miami, maybe the asphalt would be different, but they really wear and they abuse the Goodyear tires. The cars get harder to drive as they run.
You can see right now what Truex is trying to do. He's really trying to overdrive the entry of the corner, beat Bubba Wallace to the center so he can slide up in front of him.
All right,
Bubba's
let's do it. Lap 3. We always honor Dale Sr. coming up here.
He's able to stay door to door to Martin, and that keeps Martin pinched off. He's got to turn the steering wheel a great deal, which means he can't go back to the throttle like he wants to. Bubba on that outside lane, he's able to go back to the
do it right
throttle.
here. 3's in the chat, y'all, to honor Dale
Top 2 have
Sr.
separated themselves by
3's in
half
the
a
chat.
second. Back to Brad
Appreciate y'all
Keselowski
being
running
here
3rd.
today.
Tyler Reddick 4th.
It was another
and
slow
Ryan
go
Blaney
on the
now
race
to
here,
5th.
but thank you guys so much.
An impressive
Lap
run by
3,
Bubba
we
Wallace.
honor
Remember, he
Dale
didn't run
Sr.
this race a
3
year ago. He was suspended.
in the
He was reminded by his friend Ryan Blaney on social media this week. Told him, I hope you enjoyed Miami. It's been a couple of years, right? A good ribbing back and forth.
Little jab there thrown in as Bubba Wallace has cleared that 19. Now out in front.
Now it's a race to the top, right? Who feels like the track is ready? Brad Keselowski already on the boards. Now he has nothing to lose. He is not in the playoffs any longer. If he gets into trouble, hits the wall.
And
It was a
Keselowski in
bad
3rd.
day, but not a
James
loss
Moore.
of a championship. He's willing to be a little more of a gambler early in the race.
There comes Martin Truex Jr. again fighting to the inside. He'll try to take that lead back. Bubba Wallace now has led 4 of the 5 laps complete.
Oh, yeah.
As Martin's going to take the top spot. And as he drifts up the racetrack, that opens the door once again for the 23.
What a view right on the front splitter. Brought to you by Toyota. That's the right front corner of that 19 car. Gives you just such a great view of the surface.
Jeff, how do you pass? We're seeing Martin have a difficult time getting by Bubba Wallace as Keselowski has got to his back bumper now.
Well, that's exactly what drivers love about this racetrack. You can see Keselowski, we saw him on the top, but now to make a pass, he's got to go to the bottom. He's got to try something different. And that's what happens here all day long is
And
you
Wallace.
can't just run one
Now,
line. If you're going to
Keselowski,
make a pass, you've got to
Truex,
find a way
Wallace,
to go
all 3
underneath them,
together
and that means
here.
you're going to have
Let's
to
see
change
what
your
happens
driving
here.
style. You cannot drive into the corner. You got to lift in different places. You
Wallace
got to go back
continues
to
to
the
lead.
throttle in different places,
That
depending on
Toyota.
which line you're running.
Playoff drivers on the left side of your screen will have the yellow
Hitting that like
line
button for us,
underneath
trying to
their
get the
names.
50
That's why we
likes.
see Martin Truex Jr., Tyler Reddick, William Byron, all with yellow lines underneath their names on the scoring pylon.
Blaney in that bright yellow 12. You heard it earlier in the broadcast. Kind of the talk of the garage in practice. Looked really good on lap times. The 5 of Kyle Larson also looked good. The big difference was Larson was really committed to the top, where the 12 moved around the racetrack. That's what I think what everybody was talking about. Not only speed, but a little bit of versatility.
Tires get worn away very quickly here too, Steve. Only 7 laps in. This is the 8th lap complete, and already lap times have fallen off a whole second.
Yeah, a whole second. So this first stage is 80 laps. The fuel run is in the mid-60s. Math would say you want to pit right at lap 40. It seems more recently that early pitting before that halfway mark has been an advantage. So we might see green flag pit stops as early as lap 32 to 35.
The tires are wearing
We'll
off
just have to
already,
wait
he
and see
says.
who
9
decides
laps
to start
already
that trend.
in this stage 1 of 80 laps.
Let's
and
go
the
back and take a
tires
look
are
at the
already
21 and
running off.
14 here.
Crazy.
Harrison Burton on the outside in the 21, and Chase Briscoe in the 14 right up against that left rear quarter panel.
Yeah, we're going to see that all day long. You know, 3 wide, 4 wide, trying to make passes. That's Homestead.
so many different lines. That's the interesting thing as we see them go through the turns. You can go from the white line all the way up to the wall and utilize all the real estate.
One thing too, Steve, we talked about the tire fall off. It is cooler today. Yesterday in practice, it was much hotter. We actually saw even more tire fall off on speed yesterday than today. So whose car is good today? Who made the right adjustments knowing it was going to be much cloudier today than yesterday?
And the other thing is how hard do you run early? These tires kind of have a life cycle. Your rental car, your car at home, you kind of have that oil life remaining in a percentage. Think about that for the tires. And if you run hard as that car will go, you take life out of that tire quicker. If you settle in and take a deep breath and really don't abuse the tires early, you can extend the life cycle of those tires and have a little bit more grip longer. I say that because the 23 and the 19 seem to have been side by side for almost the entire 10 laps of this race.
Shorter way around is right along the white line for Martin Truex Jr. Can he make it work this time to try to slide up in front of the 23? He completes the pass, but what will the momentum do for the 23 down the backstretch?
Well, that's a pass you're going to see at Homestead. A little bit of a slide job where you just overdrive the entry, slide up in front of the car that you're trying to pass. Now, he may get underneath you, and you're okay with that because now you're on the outside lane and you can pinch him off and complete the pass. Even if it takes a full lap, you've gotten the right side of the racetrack on him. See, William Byron drives in a corner really deep, hoping to slide up in front of Brad Keselowski.
I think that he probably stayed low in that particular corner to try to avoid the wake of the 23 in front of him. If your car's free enough, you can actually make that bottom work. But you see, Jeff, to your point, the momentum that he lost on the straightaway, the 6 able to go back by on the inside.
Byron trying the high line now as he has caught up to the back bumper of the 6 of Keselowski, who has caught the 23 of Bubba Wallace. It's Martin Truex Jr. who's out front. Wallace has led 9 laps already. It is the Forever 400 for Kevin Harvick at his final Homestead-Miami race.
Darn it. Oh my gosh. Let's try this again. So I hope everybody's enjoyed the race so far. 10 laps in, 15 laps in now. Truex Jr. in the lead. And we have 3 races left. We have this race, we have Martinsville, and then the championship race live from Phoenix will be the last race of the year. So I hope everybody's had a good time with us this year. We've met a lot of friends, made a lot of subscribers, and hopefully we can finish strong the rest of the year. If not, we'll have a private little event hanging out here with everybody together. So thank you guys for that. Come by, anybody that came by while I was at Disney this last week. I appreciate that, the support too as well. So when we come back for the commercial break, we'll bring back the in-race audio, and we'll have a good time. So Martin Truex Jr., Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Kyle Larson, and then Bubba Wallace there in 5th place as his tires, they said, were wearing out already. I know. But thank you guys so much for all the love today on the channel. So we're trying to get to 50 likes. Let's see if we can get to 50 likes. As YouTube has done something to our algorithm, they have not, they have messed it up completely, and I'm going to have to figure it out. But I've tried everything, tags, you name it, it's all on there. But it's just not working. I'm not sure why. A lot of it's because it's on NBC, but we've had big crowds with NBC as well. So, so just waiting on the commercial break to come back. Waiting on the commercial break to come back.
Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Running up and down that field looks tough. It's pitch. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Verizon Frontline is the advanced network for first responders.
Today, Verizon honored the members of the American Medical Response Safety Team, Baptist Health, Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Power and Light, Next Era Energy, Homestead Air Reserve Base, Homestead-Miami Speedway Track Services Safety Team, Homestead Police Department, and Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Please join Verizon in thanking first responders for all they do for us every day. Martin Truex Jr. now has the 24 of William Byron fighting him for the lead here at Homestead-Miami as Byron making the move to the inside.
Byron, yeah, he's using that bottom
I picked him in the
groove
Final Four. Maybe I should have picked
saw
him
this a little bit yesterday in the Xfinity race. Several cars
Byron.
able to work the bottom of the racetrack,
Going
even
deep
down
into
here
the
in
middle.
3 and 4, where we've seen the top of 3 and 4 be dominant. The 24 making a little bit of ground, at least maintaining right there. Going to be able to clear the 19. A car that can work on the bottom of this racetrack is a pretty special thing. You rarely see it. You see a lot of cars be able to go find speed against the wall. Not everyone can run that bottom and make it work.
What's up, Kenneth Clark?
Surprisingly, as we had watched Bubba Wallace get out there and run and lead 9 laps, he has fallen all the way back to 7th.
Not tonight.
Yeah, it looked like that car was having a little grip issue with the back. Saw that back moving around. Let's see if we can ride on board here with Denny Hamlin, the Coca-Cola cam on the roof of this 11 car. See Denny get a little bit tight right there in the wake of the 23, having to be patient on the throttle, losing a little bit of time to Bubba. Don't really see any real problems with the 23 right there, but the back end of that car before we went to commercial, a little bit of movement.
Well, the other thing to think about and remember about this racetrack is it is not uncommon to see a car run really well early and then struggle late, or vice versa. We've seen cars late in runs be massively faster than others, and that's just that setups, that's driver style. A lot of things can influence that.
You can definitely start with very low air pressures, and that's going to cost you a little speed firing off, but really will help that car on the long run. If you want to fire off faster, you put a little bit of air in the tires. We're talking a quarter pound, half a pound to get the car to take off better on restarts, but you're going to give a little bit of time, lap time back on the long run as we're watching this 19 car struggling, losing a few more spots here. Brad Keselowski gets by. Here's Larson on the bottom of the racetrack.
As we've gone now 22 laps, they've fallen off almost 3 seconds now a lap. So handling such a huge issue here as these tires continue to wear away. And the furthest back of the playoff drivers running is Buscher, and he's all the way back at 27th, Kim.
That's right, and right now that car has no maneuverability. He said he can't run anywhere except for the bottom. The other thing that was concerning to crew chief Scott Graves and this team headed into this race was their fire-off speed. He felt like that was going to be their biggest struggle, is finding that balance between fire-off speed and then speed and balance over the long run. So, Steve, when you hear your driver complaining about fire-off speed, what can you do without hurting that long run?
Well, that's the challenge, right? Because a car would take off better if you started with more air pressure, but starts with more, they balloon up, and it would hurt you on the back end. So that's not really a great option. When I hear fire-off speed, I really want to know why.
43,
is it front grip, rear grip, or overall grip? I need to know more than just we're not good early in a run. That might kind of unlock the key to what I would adjust. The other thing I would do is look at my teammate. Brad Keselowski's running second in that 6 car. RFK, I think, is a 2-car organization. All year long has been as similar on the racetrack as any team, and yet here we are in the playoffs. Brad is second, Buscher 27th. We really haven't seen that out of the organization all year.
And Chris Buscher and that team, when the playoffs have started, they just have not been able to bring the speed that they were earlier in the playoffs. We talked about it in the pre-race, guys. They're going to have to find a way if they're going to advance.
25 laps complete on lap 46. Steve, you mentioned around lap 40, those green flag pit stops could be starting.
All right, so commercial break here on the channel. Thank you so much for joining us. We're trying to get to 50 likes, y'all. 3 more likes to 50. If you like what you've seen here today, it's been fun here all season. I'm not sure what's happened after these last 3 races, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out, always being loyal to me and hanging out and watching the race with us. I hope you enjoy. hit the like button, hit the subscribe if you're new. We've been doing NASCAR all season long. We're going to be doing NASCAR next year as well. And then we'll be doing a whole lot more sports here on the channel after the season's over. We'll be bringing in some NFL football on Sundays, and then college football on Saturdays, and hockey during the week after baseball is over as well. So thank you guys so much for being here.
Manjaro helps your body regulate blood sugar, and Manjaro can help decrease how much food you eat.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So 43 laps. 43, we're going to honor Richard Petty, but we're at 28 laps. Green flag still. Green flag still clapping there. So one more to 50, and we'll move on from there. But thank you guys so much for everybody being here. It's been a great season of highs and lows of all different drivers. Denny Hamlin, what a year again. He hopefully will be in the Final Four, have a chance to win the championship. Him and Larson have been the hottest drivers all season long. They've been going back and forth, and some controversy between those two as well. So Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, William Byron leading the race right now, trying to put his name in for the Final Four along with Kyle Larson. So Kyle Larson's the only one right now that is in the Final Four, and we'll see what happens. So, but thank you guys so much for tuning in here today. There's 43 of us are here watching the race together. Forever 400. And you know what? We can honor Kevin Harvick. Let's honor Kevin Harvick right here. Since it is his race today, the four. If you're a Harvick fan, let me see the fours in the chat. Redeem Harvick is the name. We have a redeem for him. Let's honor Kevin Harvick for the fours today. The fours. Redeem 4. Kevin Harvick. Thank you, Kevin Harvick, for all the years of love of racing that you've given your fans.
It's Big Ten football on NBC and Peacock. The undefeated Ohio State Buckeyes will head to Camp Randall Stadium in Madison, Wisconsin to face the Badgers. Coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Here comes Saturday night. Kim, pit stops underway.
Rowdy in the pits.
Kyle Busch, the first to make it to pit road under green flag conditions. He said he built tight at the 3/4 mark, especially in turns 3 and 4. You saw those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, no go fuel.
Those 4 fresh tires are going to be a huge advantage, 2 or 3 seconds a lap. So this should instantly generate some concern by the rest of the field. I expect everybody to come in a 2 or 3 lap window.
Pit stops
as
already
we see
happening.
Byron right here continue to lead
Rowdy.
Keselowski. Now we have the 3-car Austin Dillon on pit road as well, and it's going to open up the funnel. Busy, busy, busy on pit road. As we see Brad head to the bottom of the racetrack. Wouldn't surprise him if he's coming to pit road. Yeah, there you go. He's
Byron's
slowing down.
Just still riding the wall,
left-hand
man.
turn. Shows you just how tough it is to get on this pit road, Kim.
And Kevin Harvick coming down pit road. One word, tight on the 4 machine of Kevin Harvick. You saw Chase Elliott also making a stop, Dave.
Kyle Larson, good run so far. I can't believe too much rear grip is a problem, but Kyle says it is. The car is too tight when he runs up against the wall. That's where you make the speed. As for Ryan Blaney, he's struggling on entry up by the wall. Tight center, struggling going through the throttle, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. led 10 early laps, Dave. Clearly a very good short run car. And because they're on the pole, he gets that #1 pit stall. Has to work around John Nemechek. He said his biggest issue, little free on exit. Brad Keselowski very happy with the handling of his car. He
Byron,
said took off great
and Truex.
I
said
and for William
Truex
Byron, he said just a little tight center, snappy, free off. They will make a slight air pressure adjustment on those Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel.
Called it, Steve. Once somebody opens that gate, they continue to flow down to pit road. Marty.
Yeah, Rick, you just cannot afford not to have those fresh Goodyear tires. Christopher Bell saying the car still too tight. That was the condition they had yesterday, and also said at the end of the run he was starting to lose his exit as well. Bell was hanging around the 10th position for that entire run. Tyler Reddick is coming down pit road as well, and Reddick saying the car held on very good for him on that run, Rick. As longer they went, that 45 got better.
You see what 1 lap is worth on the racetrack. 24 while the flag on Larson and the 6 of Keselowski, both after service, rejoining the field. This should cycle Brad Keselowski to the lead, Kyle Larson to 2nd, Byron to 3rd.
Well, there's our 50th like. Finally, we got to 50 likes. Let's see if we can go to 60 now. 60 is our new goal. 60 likes.
But the longer they ran, it came to him, and he said it feels really good against the wall. Just wanted a little bit more lateral grip for the end of that run.
Love that
on the
Hamburger
left side,
car.
guys continue to run. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, who had to start in the back in a backup car. Eric Jones. So the theory is here, if you're the 11, you don't want to come right away. Even though you know you're going to lose time to new tires, you're going to run a little bit closer to halfway. Try to get the equal amount out of both sets. So if there's no yellow, Rick, they hope to make time back up on the second half of this run, closer to the end of the stage.
This is like the MO of the 11-car team. They're always the ones that are going to run a little bit longer and risk, you know, staying out there and hoping that yellow might come before they pit, or that it would go green for that long run to that advantage you're talking about, Steve. They do this every week.
I think they found confidence in it. I think it's Denny's signature. He likes, you know, being the guy that has tires at the end of it. And I think that's when it works. You have to call a race. It suits kind of the signature, right? It's like any other sport. If you have a football team that's great at running the ball, you don't call passes every time. Well, if you have a race car driver like Denny who likes being kind of on his own system, his own island, call the race that way. So I expect you see lap 38. I would bet they come right on lap 40, dead in the middle. Let the math predict when they should come. Now, the problem is you do lose some time on the racetrack, Rick, so he's going to come back out and be in traffic. It's going to be all how efficient he can be when he rejoins.
And while he's staying out on the racetrack, that's trapping a lot of cars a lap down. There's only 10 cars currently scored on the lead lap. But as you mentioned, there are a few that still need to come to pit road.
Well, you're going to see the speed difference right here on board with Denny Hamlin. Well, it's going to be very quickly the one of Ross Chastain is going to show up to your left, because he's already come by and taken his new tires right there. Look at that, Ross Chastain. That's the difference. Watch how small that one car gets on corner exit. He doesn't even, they look like they're two different class of racing cars, right? Christopher Bell is what? That's the tire difference. We talk about seconds, you know, laps, so how much slower you run. This is a great visual of just how much faster new tires are.
Over 2 seconds right now as far as lap times between Hamlin and Keselowski. Keselowski came on lap 32, 4 fresh tires. Hamlin still out there on the tires they started the race on.
Hamlin in first place, baby. Let's go.
All the way up to third.
You're clear. You are clear.
Steve, you called it.
So this time, so now drivers, you're going to get your brake bias correct. I assume you're going to enter at the bottom down here, Junior, right? If you're going to run, hand out the window, letting the cars behind you know you're coming.
Tend to be a little bit conservative on these early stops, especially under green flag, but we know Denny Hamlin, he pushes the limit. Really clean entry, though. Obviously not even close to sliding the tires, not even close to missing.
Comes Denny in the
pit
pits. Denny in the pits.
Crew Chief Chris Gabehart liked Steve's math.
Oh,
he told his driver, we're going to split it
Welcome
in
in,
half,
everybody.
and we're going to learn early. Denny Hamlin has liked his race car. You saw him able to run the line that he likes, not right up against the wall, but a little bit down from that. So far, good speed. 4 Goodyear tires and fuel. Marty?
Dave, Joey Logano
Four.
and Paul Wolf making the same exact call as the 11 team.
Logano started dead last, and he's now in
back of the field after a crash in practice yesterday. And Paul Wolf told me this morning this was on the offering to split this stage in half. We'll see if this fresh Goodyear rubber will help Logano and maybe make up all that time he lost at the end of that run.
Give you an idea of what running long does. You see in the upper right-hand side of your screen the 6 of Brad Keselowski nearing the start-finish line. The 11 of Denny Hamlin halfway
trying to get
down
to
the back
60
straightaway.
likes, y'all. That is the goal. 60 likes.
Before the pit cycle
42
started,
laps
Denny was
of
running in the
80
7th
complete.
position, about 5
42
seconds
laps
back.
of 80
now
in this
he's going to be
stage
about
1 as green flag pit stops
to 18 seconds
are
back.
happening.
Now his
With
tires
Brad
are a little fresher, so
Keselowski
he'll
in first now.
gain in on Brad. The question is, does he gain the whole rest of this run, right? 39 laps to go. If he can get through traffic and use the fresh tire, it's going to be interesting to see where the stage finishes. Does he get all the way back to 7th, or does he climb higher than that?
You're looking how it nets out. The guys who came early as opposed to the guys who come late. How do they net out? When
I like
the stage
John. It's cool looking the Hooters. Yeah,
as
that's
far
good.
as the green and white checkered flag.
I like the
So now
9. I
pit
like the
stop's done. Now it's
45
back
with
to
the
racing,
hamburger.
guys, right? And what kind of adjustments you
That's
made
cool.
and how much better your car is driving.
Watching this 19 of Truex, let's see if they made improvements on this car. He was losing a couple spots since the race began. He's got Reddick right on the fence behind him. Reddick trying to use that higher line to gain a little bit of ground down the back straightaway. The big bump right here that's developed on the entry to turn 3 over the tunnel. And then some bumps as well. Right through there, you see a little bit of content in the racetrack. If your car's tight through that, you'll slide the nose into the wall.
You're hitting that subscribe button, guys. If you're new to us, we'd love to say hi.
A lot of new content.
6 is fast today. Please, Lord, let him just win
becoming
one.
a big problem in this racetrack as it continues to age.
I hope he wins for you, bud. 43. Let's do it. On lap 43, we honor Richard Petty. 43 in the chat, y'all, for the ones that are here. 43 in the chat as we honor you, the King Richard, on lap 43.
He's about
King
12
Richard
seconds behind Marty.
He's been in the back half of the top 10 for pretty much the
See those
entire
43s
day,
in the
Rick.
chat,
So
y'all. 43 in the chat.
Bell. At the beginning of the playoffs, we asked him, what tracks do you like and what are you worried about? He quickly answered, I'm worried about Miami, which is strange because Christopher Bell is known to be able to run the high line so well. I asked his crew chief, Adam Stevens, this morning, why did he say Miami is a problem for him? Stevens told me, you run Miami in the high line way different than anywhere else. And Junior, I'm curious, and in your career, you found that to be true as well. Entering the corner, just like Christopher Bell did right there against the wall, way different than you would run the high line anywhere else.
Yeah, I got a text from Kyle Larson this week that said, hey, man, to make the high line work here, you have to enter on the wall. You don't enter a car length off and slide up to the wall. You enter on the fence. Get right up next to it, right as you're lifting off the gas. And I think that that's the challenge for a lot of drivers. It takes a lot of nerve, a lot of skill to be able to really put the car against the wall on entry, on decel.
60 likes
but
is
Kyle
our
Larson
goal,
will
y'all.
tell you
60 likes.
The sooner you can
and hit
create
that
that
subscribe.
additional increase
If you'd like
in
to join our
force,
memberships,
the
we
better.
have memberships as well.
Kyle Larson told me if he enters a lane lower, he's more apt to hit the wall in the middle of the corner. It's easier to make that mistake and get in the fence. So trying to stay on this wall, especially entering turn 1 right here with Chastain. Let's see how he does it. See, he moves away from the wall, and a lot of drivers will then slide up against it. He's not going to run the wall on this end of the racetrack, but a lot of times you sort of chop the entry even by a car length, and then you lose that side force, you know, and you slide up to the wall in the middle of the corner. It's so hard to commit on entry right up against the fence like right here. That's a good job. He's even moving a little bit away from it there, but late in the race, you want to be inches from that wall all the way around the entire lap. It's really the only track you do that at.
Does the Kubota camera survive an entire race if you're going to put that thing inches from the wall? We hope so. But a great view there from Ross.
So we're going to commercial break. Commercial break. Keselowski, the leader, riding that wall, man. But thank you guys so much for everything. We are now in 47 laps of 80 here in stage 1. Our third last of the race here. Third race of the last of the race of the season. Got Martinsville next week where the cutoff is. And then we will have the championship 4 weekend from Phoenix. And we'll all end it right there. So hope you guys tune in with us the rest of the year. If you haven't hit the subscribe, make sure you do. We'd love for you to subscribe to our channel. And help us like with the likes button too. We can get to 60 likes. But thank you guys so much for tuning in today to the Forever 400 live from the Homestead-Miami Speedway. As Brad Keselowski, Kyle Larson, Byron Blaney, and Truex are the leaders here in the top 5. We do have memberships, guys. If you would like to become a member, you'll have a emoji next to your name. I'm trying to put the CeeLo emoji in there for you guys to do that. Daniel says, I'm trying to log on to my NASCAR account so I can get driver radios, but it won't load. I don't know. I've had some issues with NASCAR. Yeah, Andrew, the algorithm has not helped the last couple weeks. I have no sure. I can't understand what's wrong. All season we've been blown out of the water for NASCAR. I mean, y'all have witnessed it, and now I don't know what's going on. So I've asked, and they can't give me an answer either. But I am back in the partners program, so that is a good thing. And I have memberships now, so we can earn some money off of it. But yeah, it's not helping me whatsoever this time. But it's also the end of the year, and it's also an NBC. And I don't know, man. I'm not sure what's going on, but the ones that are here with me, I do appreciate you guys. You support me no matter what, and we'll try to have some fun, try to get some more folks in here. A lot of people, their drivers are gone. They're not done. They're done for the year, so NASCAR is just really nothing for them, so they really don't want to tune in either. I'm just trying to think of some things why we're not doing well, but it is what it is, you know. But appreciate y'all, and also, you know, we had a lot of big days when it wasn't on NBC. When it was on cable, you know, we were the only 2 or 3 people doing it. Back to the in-race audio. Here we go.
Follow your favorite drivers with access to their in-car cameras. You can even choose some alternate camera angles. Visit NASCAR.com.
I know, man. I appreciate
you
James.
can download
Always
the NASCAR
supporting,
mobile
man.
app to watch all of the action as we ride along with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and the 47 car, thanks to Vitamin Water, giving us this look out of the passenger side, right side window. Keselowski out front, but only by 0.3 of a second. That's now down to 0. As you see the 5 of Kyle Larson right next to him.
And this is fun to see him try to make this pass on the bottom of the racetrack.
Larson.
We saw his teammate, the 24 Kyle.
Thinking back where he left off last week.
Earlier running the bottom, and look how well
already
he does. Pinning that left front to the white
Larson's going to be the new leader, y'all.
Through the corner.
Al Larson.
Such discipline on the throttle and the steering to do that.
And discipline on corner.
And here we go with the Larson show.
Jump back on the outside. Now Larson's going to just slide right up in front of Brad, put Brad in a situation.
6 more likes to 60, y'all. 6 more likes to 60.
A little bit of give and take early in the race. But when Larson went to the bottom, it was about discipline. Meaning if you drive in the corner too deep and you miss that white line, it's a terrible lap. You got to drive in there at the right speed, get the car slowed down, get the left front on it, and then it'll roll around it. If you ever miss it, you're never going to get back down to it. And that's difficult to do when you've been running a different lane. To immediately go and maximize the potential is a very difficult thing to do.
And Larson has the opportunity to run the wall in 1 and 2, chooses not to. Saw that yesterday in the Xfinity race. A lot of great opportunity in turn 1 and 2. A lot less grip in 3 and 4, but running the bottom in turn 1, I think, has more potential today than what we're going to see down in turn 3 and 4, Dave.
And you saw Larson not just jump into making that pass on the 6. He took his time, and the car condition may be why.
Just a little too tight lane exit, so then.
Do you think that's where you would want it for clean air?
No.
Little bit tight late exit, so couldn't really finish the pass there like he wanted to. Finally got it done, and needs an adjustment next time he comes to pit road, Marty, even though he's the leader.
I appreciate you guys.
Keselowski is out of the playoffs. When I talked to Matt McCall, his crew chief this morning, I said, so what's the goal for the rest of 2023?
We've been stuck at 8,055 subscribers.
He said, honestly, it's not that far out of the realm of possibility. Finished 4th at Las Vegas last week, showing they can run up front here today. And remember, Martinsville, Phoenix, 2 terrific tracks for Brad Keselowski. Rick, it's crazy to think Brad Keselowski has never won in the next-gen car. It might change before the season's over.
He's never won, James Moore,
to make it Roush
in the new car.
Keselowski has
so
given
Bell,
him that opportunity.
y'all pick who of the bottom 4 will finish better. Christopher Bell
it has
is leading
been
right
Chris
now.
Buescher that he's been most proud of as really kind of carrying the flag for RFK this season.
Crazy how Chris Buescher is just kind of falling off as well.
Running up front and contending
just falling
for the
off the handle.
Lotus Freights giving us this shot with Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, a little bit of movement in the back of that car off of turn 2. You're going to have that. He's committed to the gas right here. A little shift. Starts to try to go to gas. Wants to commit. Wants to see those cars driving away from him. He's like, I got to get more throttle. It's just asking too much of the rear tires.
That's exactly where Joey Logano spun out yesterday in practice. Like, he was coming off the corner, and Joey got surprised how quickly the car turned around, hit the inside wall, had to go to a backup.
Larson, man, being crazy. Crazy how Keselowski has had a better season than Chase Elliott.
Short sidewall, that little moment of the cars, losing traction is in such a small window, and you have to be able to react to it and recognize that it's happening to be able to save the car. It's so much harder to do for these Cup drivers than the truck in the Xfinity Series, which has a taller sidewall tire.
99 of Suarez just in front of Kevin Harvick. Harvick He's completed every lap but 2 that he has raced here since he made his first Miami start. 22 starts in total. 19 of those have ended in top 10s. Check in on Denny Hamlin.
20 to go here in
Rick
stage
coming back
1.
through the field
20
now,
to
back up
go.
to 9th position after being one of the last ones to take on fresh Goodyear tires. Remember,
Tires
I
look
told
slow,
you guys
yeah.
that part of the
They've been
radio
wearing out,
conversation
too.
was they're going to learn something here. So Steve, as he comes back through, and with the math that Chris Gabart did, splitting the stage exactly in half, what kind of things was the crew chief wanting to learn?
Well, I think what he's wanting to learn is he knew he was going to give up time by pitting late. The question is, do you
60
get it back?
laps
And if you
here,
do, how long does it
60
take?
laps.
So with 19 laps to go in this stage, Denny Hamlin, as you mentioned, Dave, running 9th, 13 seconds behind Kyle Larson. But look at the difference. He was over 16 seconds back, 15, then started chunking it down, 13, but then you see how it kind of tapered. 5 laps later, he's still 13 seconds back. So I'm not sure if the strategy itself is way off. It just seems like Denny Hamlin is just not quite as good on old tires as he needs to be. He's still the fastest car on the racetrack, but now by only 1/10 of a second. He needs to be making up 2, 3, 4/10 of a second a lap.
I remember, Steve, you told us earlier that he was running 7th before that pit cycle, and it was only a little over 5 seconds behind the race leader. So maybe a net loss?
Well, I don't know. I think he's going to get back to 7th. So you see on the left-hand side, 12 seconds behind the leader, but only about a second behind Bell, 2.5 behind Dillon. I think he'll get back to 7th. Now, relative to the leader, he may be further back, but I don't know if that's an 11-car issue or a Kyle Larson really good issue out there leading the race.
Good little battle right here between this 12-car, Blaney and Byron. Blaney to the inside of the lap car. Alex Bowman just can't quite get there. Byron now to the inside. They're both side by side down to the bottom of the racetrack. It's 24 wraps at bottom, really good, but the 12's been good this weekend. A lot of good speed in this car in practice. Surprised a lot of people to see the speed they had. He's showing it right now in the top 5.
Yeah, a lot of optimism around that 12 car. Here comes William Byron, drives deep in the corner. He's still just keeping the left side tires right on that white line, Steve.
Yeah, and right behind him, you see Alex Bowman. If you want to know how he ended up back there, he was running pretty decent. He slid long in his box. Green flag, had to back up. Had like a 17, 18-second pit stop. For that reason, he's a lap down.
Watching his 17 car here, Chris Buescher trying to stay on the lead lap. Leader Larson trying to put him a lap down here. Should be able to do this relatively easily. Buescher's about 3 or 4 tenths off the pace of the leader in this 17 car. He does have that preferred high line, but you see he can't really get the car to work up there. He has to try to drive away from the wall on corner exit.
Buescher, he's back underneath the 5 of Larson. What's he going to do? How aggressive is he going to get? Does not get very aggressive. Drives in. Not a lot of panic. Really smart move by
Larson, because Larson laps Buescher. He's now 1 lap down.
Just understanding the situation.
Not looking good for him.
You can see the car moving around.
Amazing
right
how
there
hot
in the
he
middle,
was
trying to get
earlier
back
in
to
the
gas.
season, and now
That
not.
17 is unhappy.
Buescher has struggled the most of the
4 more
playoff
likes
drivers.
to 60, y'all.
He now a lap
4
down,
more likes
running
to 60.
28th here in Miami.
Commercial break. Side by side is Keselowski following Larson, Brian Blaney, and William Byron. Martin Truex Jr. your top 5 right now. So hope everybody's had a great race. Keep on hitting that like button for us. We would love for you to join us for the next 3 races, or next 2 races, Martinsville and Phoenix, and we'll end our season. But we've had a great season here, and we'd love for you to join us. Keep on hitting that subscribe button. We would love for you to subscribe to our channel. We have a lot of other fun. We do Disney. We did Braves baseball. We're going to be doing the World Series here on the channel. The World Series. Who it may be, there's the ALCS and NLCS still going on. Marky Dude, what's going on? Was riding around with Blaney for a while. Yeah, Blaney has that in-car camera as well, so that's cool. Brad had the fastest lap 4 laps ago. Go Brad, there you go. We'll be doing the baseball, and if we go back to Disney, we'll stream some more from Disney, but we're going to be doing NHL hockey coming up here really soon. Predators. And then Nashville Predator hockey, and then so we'll be doing college football, and then on Sundays we'll follow in with the type. We might do a red zone. I think we might do a red zone instead of following a team. We might do a red zone. That might be fun for the rest of the year. We'll sign up for some YouTube red zone and do that. So hope that works. We'll see what happens. So 4 more likes to 60. See if we can get to that 100 mark. It's going to be a whole run to get there, but we'll see if we can get there. Maybe we'll have some more folks pop in here today, but YouTube is not doing it. It's the hat. You need a 5-car hat for the subs. Is that what it is? Let me take it off. Put it backwards. Is that what it is? Is that the hat thing? Is that what's going on? All right, we're going to test it. I'm going to take the hat off. I'm going to take the hat off, and we're going to test it. Oh, the shirt doesn't do as well either. Scanner's working for me, CeeLo. Nice. Red zone sounds great. So, yeah, we'll try that maybe after the NASCAR is over. Try some red zone. We'll be right back. Be right back. They're coming back. They're coming back. Actually, I'm going to pause this. NASCAR nonstop, side by side. Kyle Larson continues to lead Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, and Martin Truex Jr.
They're already locked in for a chance to win $1 million in NASCAR Championship weekend. Follow the playoffs to see who advances and who will get cut. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR. Well,
Rangers.
Chris Buescher would like to win the lottery right now.
Get
Kim,
a couple of those
is
games.
it something specific that he's
First
dealing
game for
with,
both
or
NLCS
is it a general problem that
series.
Buescher has?
Well, they've just missed it on the setup of that race car for this weekend for Chris Buescher. He's complaining that he loses the rear on throttle, but then he also can't get the thing pointed where it needs to be. So both ends of that race car misbehaving currently. Right now, his team just intermittently getting on the radio, trying to keep his head in the game, telling him, keep on digging. Marty, they currently sit 1 lap down in the 28th position.
Kim, after starting on the pole, Martin Truex Jr. has not really fallen out of the top 5 today. How's the car handling? Listen.
Our 1 and 2 still really good here. Only weak spot right now is entry speed to 3.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what to do about it. Trying.
Copy.
So, Steve, it's crazy to think that the regular season champion in Truex has one top 10 finish in the playoffs so far. Is this, in your opinion, their best race so far? I know it's coming to the end of stage 1 in the playoffs. And would runs like this be enough to get the 19 team in the championship 4?
Well, I think speed like this.
Truex
last week he was actually a little better. Remember, they had a real snafu with some strategy and got behind. But this is the second week in a row, guys. Another 1.5 miles that the 19 looks like he has speed enough to keep up.
The only thing that bothers me is talking about the bounce of his car. He's got a couple cars right behind him. Reddick, the 11 of Hamlin. If he loses 2 or 3, 4 more spots, the handling on that car is going to become an even bigger problem. So right now, I don't see
lap cars
the
down
speed that I'd
already,
like to see in this 19. And if they don't keep this track position and improve the handling on this race car,
Chase Elliott,
it could be a tough day just to be able to finish in the top 10.
I think one of the things I heard on the radio was a conversation about you're getting beat in the corner 3. Well, if you're comparing to Kyle Larson, he's beating everyone in the turn 3. He's got tons of corner speed.
It was
and
the
can
hat.
You get there?
Awesome,
like,
Allison.
Is that really? Can you take your setup and carry
Appreciate
the
it.
same
Thank
corner
you so
entry
much.
speed into 3 as
That's
Larson,
funny.
or do you need to try to maximize the speed somewhere
Thank you
else?
for that
Those are
subscribe.
decisions that you have to make as
That's
a crew
funny.
chief and a driver. Where are we really getting beaten? And what is achievable, Steve, because you can't fix everything on the race car.
Denny Hamlin with those newer tires sliding up in front of the 45 of Reddick, taking that position away, and now he tries to close in on this 19
He's
car.
not fast at all. I see what you
And
did
just
there.
to circle
Darren.
back around,
Way to go, Alex.
The story we keep saying about the 11.
Thanks for the
well,
subscribe.
That Hamlin
I
pass
appreciate
right
you.
there puts him in 6th, and I think
We'll
he
be
has a
doing
chance to go
this
get Reddick.
all the way through the end of the
excuse me,
season, Allison. So I hope to
5
see
to
you back.
go in stage 1. Again, the top 10
5 to
all
go,
earned
stage 1.
points,
Larson
very
picking up where he left
important
off
as the
last
race for
week.
the championship 4 is tightening up for points. Every position is a point. And Hamlin, as you mentioned, up to 6th already. Now trying to take that 5th spot away from Truex.
Every position a point, and Larson doesn't care about that. He knows that he is going to Homestead, and all he
Go
is
on, hit
doing
that
is
like
taking
button,
points from
y'all.
other
We're
people.
trying to get to 60 likes.
Larson out in front by
60
2.3
likes.
seconds over Brad Keselowski, a non-playoff driver. Then it's Blaney, Byron, Truex, Hamlin, Reddick, all playoff drivers in the top 7.
Truex to the bottom of the racetrack right here, trying to get around this lap car.
Round goes to 47. Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Ricky
slides,
Stenhouse.
and the caution will come out.
Ricky Stenhouse.
Right over here with a couple flat tires.
He was 18th when he went around, and with
Oh
under
my
4 laps to go, Steve, this is going to probably end the stage. They won't be able to get back to green.
Yeah, I think
Kyle
that's
Larson's
what's
going to
gonna
win this
happen
one.
Here, you can hear the damage being done by the flat
Oh,
for the 47.
Ricky
I couldn't tell
Stenhouse.
if it was flat tires
Rex.
because of the spin. Did it cause
Flat
the spin,
tires.
or is it the toe link? The right rear does not look like it
Awesome,
was
Alex.
pointing in the correct direction, but it's hard to say what was the cause and what was the result.
And he was a part of that green flag pit stop cycle. Everybody coming around 32, 33.
Yeah, you see the right rear pointed towards the inside of the car, so that tells me that the toe link is broken.
look
You
at
see a
that
little
car,
damage
man.
on the wheel well. Let's see what happens. So it looks like, I'm going to call it light contact. Anywhere else that would be a little bit heavy wall contact. Here in Miami, light contact, but then it breaks the toe link, and you think that's what causes the eventual spin?
Well, you know, that's difficult to tell, but sometimes, Steve, when the car gets in the wall, it just sucks it into the wall. You can't get away from it. It just keeps banging back.
All right, so we are live here on the channel On The Go at CeeLo commercial break. But we get a copyright on that one right there, but we'll see what happens. But thank you guys so much for tuning in here today. On The Go at CeeLo, we're under caution, do a Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Spin. And we're under caution, so we'll see definitely pit stops coming here. But congratulations. 2 more laps to end the stage here. So I'm sure Kyle Larson is going to win this one under stage 1 as he continues his dominance from last week. He's already in the championship 4. And him winning, though, kind of helps Denny a little bit. So he's in the top 4. But hopefully next week, Denny can dominate. He's pretty good at Martinsville. But we'll see what happens. But Kyle Larson continues the dominance. So he's so fast, man. And he's so good at riding the wall. But where's Tyler Reddick? I picked him to win today. He's in 7th spot. We'll see what happens there. But been a fun time this year. Made a lot of friends, new friends. A lot of new subscribers as well. It's been a great season. Bowman's race car needs more speed. Where's Bowman at? Let's see if we can find William Bowman. Bowman, where you at? There he is, back in 31st, a lap down. Alex Bowman is 31st, a lap down. Way back there. So maybe he can get up there. But Chris Buescher, not looking good for him. Not looking good for, let's see, who's the next one? Christopher Bell in 9th. Tyler Reddick. But Blaney, one in the bottom 4, still making a run here. He is in the top 5. So that will help his chances in the standings. So we're just waiting on a commercial break. Where's the rainbow car? He's not in the rainbow car today, but he's in 4th place. William Byron in 4th place. 4th place. 79 laps complete. We're going to 80. Will be the last lap of the stage. But yes, last week, Kyle Larson saving that almost crashing.
That was a good save. Your car's fine. Stay with it.
Does Bell have enough? It's Larson. Bell.
High. Push it.
Christopher Bell came so close.
Finish by Kyle Larson.
One more like the 60. Thank you guys for getting us there.
Really cool to get to go race for another championship here in a few weeks, and glad we don't have to stress over these next 2 races.
Larson takes one of the spots in the championship 4 in 2 weeks at Phoenix. He'll be racing for his 2nd championship. And as we finish under caution, Larson is going to have his 8th stage win of 2023. He swept the stages and won here last year after leading 199 laps. And with this one ending under yellow,
one more like the
he'll
60,
grab this stage.
Yep, subscribe to the channel as well. We got
10 points for him.
After
they
this.
don't matter. He's already
We'd
in
love
the
for you to
championship
join
4,
us. We're trying to get
other
to
playoff drivers that are going to
8,060
gain points: Blaney,
subscribes.
Byron, Truex Jr.,
8,060.
Hamlin, Reddick, and Bell in ninth.
So basically, you're just leaving Chris Buescher
And
off
there
the
it is.
list.
Congratulations,
yeah, Chris Buescher
Kyle
is gonna be the
Larson
only playoff
with
driver to
stage
not
one.
score stage points. And what makes it worse is he was the only one a week ago in the same bucket. No stage points. And Junior Jeff, we talked about it. You know, these stage points have changed how racing works. It's not top 5s or top 10s anymore. It's how many points you earned getting to that top 5 or that top 10.
Yeah, I would even say Christopher Bell finishing 9th. Yeah, he got stage points, but that's not enough. I mean, this is look at the lineup. It's the playoff guys.
Right.
You know, we talked about it before the race. Okay is not okay. You got to be really, really good if you're going to get the points that you need. Christopher Bell with a top 10 in stage 1 has the second least amount of points earned so far today, the playoff guys.
Yeah, it's wild how the narrative's changed over the years. You had to win the final race to win the championship. Now you got to run top 5 in every single stage.
Yeah.
At least in the final few rounds before we get to Phoenix. The standard for excellence and just how good you've got to be to make it to that final race keeps getting raised every year.
Chris Buescher really has put himself into a must-win situation, either here or at Martinsville. But the rest of the field, can we put Tyler Reddick? I mean, he's right now 19 points below the cut line. Is that must-win yet? I mean, there's still a lot of points that are out there, even in this race.
So we're going to go to 70 likes. That is our new
racing
goal.
against the best.
70 likes.
So maybe it is must
now
win
on for an
because
hour and a half.
all these other guys aren't going to have bad
Appreciate y'all hanging with On the Go at
Pit road is
CeeLo
open,
as
and
stops.
Kyle Larson in the 5 is
Pit
going to lead him
stops
on the
coming
pit
up.
road, Kim.
And William Byron still battling a tight condition. He said he cannot use the right front center exit as a tool yet, so the plan is to free him up with a little wedge and air pressure adjustment in addition to those 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Dave.
Stage winner Kyle Larson did not have the against the wall stuff fixed, so a small adjustment there. Middle and bottom are good. As for Ryan Blaney, 8 stage points, definitely better, but a little tight on the wall. Needs adjustment for that, Marty.
Dave, hearing a lot of variance between handling conditions on each end of the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. a good example. In 1 and 2, they say they're so good, but 3 and 4, no grip against the wall. 3 on entry and tight back to the gas. Truex came in 5th, Rick. He winds up gaining 1 spot, leads in 4th.
Yeah, Byron gaining a spot, Truex gaining a spot, and so good
All
for.
right, so we go to a commercial break. As pit stops are done, we're going back to green flag. Stage 2 coming up. Kyle Larson just won stage 1. So stage 1 complete. We'll go to stage 2, and we'll see if Kyle Larson can continue his dominance of the wall and in the up front, looking really good for him. Martinsville next week, and then Phoenix after that, and we will crown a champion here on the channel, and we'll see who's going to win the whole thing. Hopefully Denny will do it, but we'll see what happens. You know, Larson, a lot of Larson fans here too. Why is this even a thing? Genghis. People love NASCAR, man. That's why. And they can't watch it, so they tune in to listen to the in-race audio that we have. And we have a good time. The chat's fun. We have NASCAR here. We have a good time. So, Genghis, appreciate you being here. That's why we do it here on the channel. It's made us a lot of it's made some money this year. It's also made a whole bunch of new subscribers, a whole new friend. We created a who makes it in on points. Well, no one right now. Larson's the only one guaranteed right now. The points are so close. Next week, it'll be the cutoff at Martinsville, and there'll be only 4 drivers left. But if we someone wins here today, one of the playoff drivers wins here today, other than Kyle Larson, there'll be 2 spots left, and it'll even be hot and tighter to get in. Not been a good day for my fantasy team either. Jeez. Yikes. So we're trying to get to 70 likes, y'all. Help us get to 70 likes. We appreciate you. But thanks for tuning in, guys. They're just coming in. On the Go at CeeLo is the channel. We do NASCAR here on the channel. We would love for you to join us for the rest of the race. We got in-race audio. We'll be showing some instant replays, the starts of the green flags, and be talking NASCAR here in the chat with a lot of NASCAR fans here hanging out with us. So we appreciate you being here. On the Go with CeeLo is the name. We'd love for you to subscribe. We got a lot of other stuff. This channel is based on a sports commentary and play-by-play, a lot of play-by-play, and a lot of fun. So we'd love for you to join us. It's the shirt. No shirt, more subs. We take the shirt off now. We take the shirt off. You got me. Oh, hatless. That's where I draw the line, though.
Insurance. Visit progressive.com. Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever?
Alice says
and by
yes.
Northern Tool. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com.
Take the shirt off.
We're made for
Go
this.
shirtless.
You
Like
watch the
my friend
NASCAR
Triton.
Cup Series Playoffs. Forever 400.
Yeah, they're not looking too well.
Mobile One. Stage 1 is complete. Let's check in with the Peacock Pit Box and KP
shorts.
and DJ.
Just
All right,
shorts.
KP, anything surprise you out of Stage 1?
Well, the sun's beginning to peek through a little bit, so the weather conditions are changing. And William Byron, he's had a look at the front. We've seen him run up front. Also, Brad Kay, he continues to impress. But I had to look around about halfway through that
Pierce, what's
segment
going on,
because
man?
I thought we were still in Vegas with that 5 car.
4 more likes to 70. Help us
he's
get
got-
to 70
if
likes.
momentum
I
and
understand. I
confidence is
know.
anything going forward, then he
70
might
likes
already
is our new
have
goal.
the championship
Help us
in
get
hand.
there, y'all.
But
Welcome
I
in,
like
y'all, and just joining
watching
us.
Ryan Blaney. He moved around with his race car, made a lot of passes down the bottom side, which a lot of people were able to do, but he also could run against the wall. So let's see what he can do if he can continue to move forward, getting more stage points.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
It will, as again Larson out in front after pit stops have taken place. Keselowski will be second.
PQ?
As we
Welcome
look at the
in.
Stage 1 points that were earned. Mentioned Larson gaining 10, doesn't need them, but he has them. Blaney, Byron, Truex Jr., Hamlin, Reddick, and Bell, all playoff drivers that gain points. The one that's not on that list is Buescher. Get a few updates before the green flag flies. We'll start with Kim.
And
What's up,
Austin Dillon
Rob?
having a great run today, currently in the 6th position, and he's got 3 finishes in the last 4 races of 8th or better, including a 4th last year. I asked him why he likes this track so much. He said it reminds him of a dirt track. He can move around and find
Anyone
all
take 2
different
No, I think everybody
lanes,
took 4, man.
What happened to pole sitter Bubba Wallace after leading 9 laps early? Well, he said it's icy out here. Can't turn off the wall like he wants to. Can't feel the right rear like I did yesterday. They told him to focus and keep working on it. He said, I'm going to been babying it too much, Marty. I'm going to start attacking.
Dave, terrific stage 1 for Brad Keselowski, but is there a problem with the brakes?
Oh no, James
Was there
Moore.
a big brake opening in the front or something? It's like the brakes are too cold. They're shaking like hell. That's hurt me probably the most about anything right now.
Probably rubber buildup in the right front. We had a bunch of rubber buildup in the right front.
So, Steve, can you help us understand what all of that means?
Well, we talk about tire fall off. Well, tire fall off means the rubber is kind of being graded off the tires. Where does it go? It goes in the ductwork, goes in the hose area, gets on the right front brakes, and that must be
Here we
why
go,
it pulsates
green flag.
and shakes.
Here we go, green flag. Let's go racing, boys!
Help here. Maybe get a little push into turn number 1. Kyle Larson first into the gas as stage 2
Larson's
is
looking pretty
underway.
good so far, Rob. Come on, Joey. Ben's Hobbies Club. What's going on?
Keselowski tried
We have a
to clear the
redeem for
5, couldn't
Kim.
make it happen. Now the 5 fighting back on the outside.
It's not over. Brad Keselowski staying really low, trying to avoid the side draft. Now moving up to him to try to get a better angle into turn 3.
Up the racetrack, the 19 had to get out of the gas before he hit the 24 of Byron.
Oh, wow.
See that Gibbs car, number 54 at the top of the racetrack, using that high line, using that clean air as well. Been able to gain a ton of spots.
First lap
Tyler
done
Reddick
there.
in the 45, just on the
Stage 2.
inside of Blaney. Nose to tail.
We have
the
a
top
redeem
5
for
with
Logano.
Reddick running in that 5th position.
Ben, here's your redeem for
The one gets
Logano.
in that dirty air right there. But the 45 slides up the racetrack. The bottom opens up, back to the gas, to the inside. 3 wide, almost clear.
Chastain going into turn 1, 3 wide on the bottom.
Hamlin's got no clean air on his car. All these cars trying to slide up in front of each other, taking away that clean air. Look at the 7. LaJoy taking a spot away right there. Great run for that little team. They're diving down into the bottom of the corner now.
Yes, there are gifted memberships as well. If someone wants to gift a
Hamlin
membership,
has no clean air because I had
99 cents, $1.99, and $2.99, and all on that super chat.
More than just 8
if you
spots.
click on the
Now
dollar
he's
sign
back
at the
here in
bottom,
dirty air and all
you
this
can
traffic.
bring up your super super chats or membership as
slow
well,
pit
y'all.
stop. Good on the right side. Watch on the left side. Left rear tire comes off. When they go to put the tire on, the lug nut falls out of the socket. Tire changer picks it up. Does a great job. Could have been a disaster. But the pit stop's just so fast nowadays that small hiccup, that's 8 spots on pit road.
I see the 5 out front, man.
AJ
Yeah, Rob,
Allmendinger
he is dominating.
Shifted down in there, trying to get along the side of the 7 car. Now, Hamlin lost that track position. Now, he's going to have to fight hard to keep the little bit that he's got. He cannot fall any further back.
Saw the comparison, 3 seconds he lost on pit road.
Oh,
fighting back
behind
down
a lot of
track as
playoff
he
drivers
runs into
right
10th
now.
position. Here's Martin Truex Jr.
2 more to 70, y'all. 2 more likes to
Keselowski.
70. Hit that like button. Continue to hit.
Martin falls behind
those hearts.
Keselowski and drops right in behind him.
We'll see if the 19 teams improve this car a little bit. Martin was not quite as comfortable as he needed to be getting into turn 3. But he's holding ground here in the top 5.
MTJ, after starting on pole, is a second back, running in the 4th position.
So Larson, Byron, Keselowski, Truex,
a
Gibbs
second in front of William Byron.
in the top 5.
It's an important part of the run here, too, guys.
Thank you for that 70 likes. Let's go to 80 now.
This stage.
80 likes
You can
is our
go
new
off
goal.
right now and run really, really quick. And it's going to hurt your tires. These 2 guys out front, they could save a little bit of tire.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to get some more to drink.
Speed later. That's what a little bit of gap. Go run hard, but then back that speed up just a little bit.
It's interesting watching both of these cars at the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Running first and second, not using the top of the racetrack. Showing us that there are other lines and other places to go to find speed. Back in 3rd behind this group, Brad Keselowski's right on the fence trying to make the time. But these cars right here, there you see that 6 car up there, making time at the top of the racetrack. And he'll continue to do that until these cars of Byron and the 5 of Larson move up into that groove and take that line away. As that 6 gets closer, I wonder if the spotters, giving them that information, if they decide to change their line and run somewhere different to try to limit the abilities of that 6 car.
Last 7 races here has been won by 7 different drivers. And Larson and Byron, they won here in 22 and 21 when it was the last 2 races running 1 and 2.
There's a 5 car. He went to the very top of the racetrack trying to take away that line of the 6 car, at least trying to match his speed up there at the top of the racetrack. And you see the difference that Byron did not run the top. He lost a little bit of ground to both cars down the front straightaway. Now this end of the racetrack in 1 and 2 is pretty good on the bottom because it's in the shade for most of the day. So think about that year round. Which end of the racetrack's in the sun more? Turns 3 and 4. And it bleaches the surface of the racetrack and it rips grip away from the track as opposed to turn 1 and 2, which has just a little more grip in that bottom groove. Also, it's a little bit overcast right now, but those, you know, the wall and all of the things, the banking cast a shadow across turn 1 and 2, dropping the temperature of the racetrack. As that happens, grip goes down or grip goes up as the track cools off.
And Junior, cloud cover once again over the entire racetrack, so the sun not beating down on the surface anymore.
Yeah, not much, but it's still bright enough to cast that a little bit of a shadow off the wall in turn 1 and 2. So you put the right sides in that shadow. It's probably
Larson,
10,
Byron,
20 degrees
Keselowski,
cooler temperature, a little
Truex,
bit more
Blaney
grip.
now.
Oh, Brad Keselowski. He's trying to stay alongside William Byron. He did not run to the bottom of the racetrack, ran all the way up the racetrack, trying to crowd him.
Whoa.
Now up into him, entering turn 1 to improve his angle into turn 1, and now he's just going to take the spot. Brad Keselowski out of the playoffs, but he still has a ton of fight in him.
Just imagine how badly he wants to go to victory lane, Jeff. He's seen his teammate and his team car, Chris Buescher, win races this year.
Ryan Blaney now,
He knows how much
third.
better this team has gotten in general. And he's had some opportunities as a fast race cars, but just hasn't been able to close the deal. And he's running out of races.
He is.
The
He's coming
intensity
there.
is picking up even for the non-playoff drivers to get to victory lane.
Steve, will stage 2 be a mirror image of stage 1 as far as pit strategy? Will we see guys coming on around lap 35?
Yeah, it's going to be the same exact thing all over again. We're going to see right here the 6 a little high. I think he makes just light contact with the wall.
Your concern if that happens all day long is that toe link like we saw in the 47 break. You know, it's strong enough for a few hits, but if you hit it too many times, it can fail. But yeah, Rick, 35, 36 laps on the tires. They currently have 12 green flag laps. So,
thank you for the likes. We will get to 80 likes. That's our new goal. 80 likes,
but it did work okay for both Logano or Hamlin, the two cars that ran long. So we'll see if other crew chiefs have seen that.
Right now
and they got to adjust their strategy here in the second stage.
With
entertainment a big part of Homestead-Miami Speedway, as well as the area we're in. Miami, the beaches, and the parties, Sports City. So many things to do when you come to South Florida, like enjoy a race here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Rob, it's in the stream bot. They just talked about it just a little bit ago. If you scroll up, it talks about the redeems and how to do them. But you should have enough points. You've been hanging out with us a lot, so but appreciate you being here, Rob. Make sure you hit that subscribe too, guys, if you haven't already. We'd love for you to join our channel. 71 likes. We're trying to get to 80 likes. Our goal is 8,060 on the subscribes. That is our new goal, 8,060. And then 80 likes is our new goal for likes. And if you hit the $sign down there by the chat, you can give super chats or join our memberships that are there. Or you can also gift a membership as well for a low price of 99 cents. But we'd love it. You'll get your name in green and also a little emoji next to it for your name. So we'd love for you to join us and have a good time. We're going to do a lot more sports after this is over. We were going to be talking hockey and NFL football coming up here soon. But we're going to finish with the baseball playoffs as well. The World Series, we'll be covering the World Series too. So hope everybody has a great time and enjoy the race, as we are now lap 101 done, as Kyle Larson continues almost over a half a second on for Brad Keselowski. NFL football today. Fantasy team's not looking too hot. I'm undefeated too, which is, I got some players to play tonight, so I'm feeling all right about it. We just got back from Disney. We had 4 days at Disney. We streamed a lot. Streamed yesterday the parade at Disney at Magic Kingdom. And now we're back to our normal stuff, racing and baseball, and coming up after that. So keep on hitting that like button, y'all. Trying to get to 80 likes.
It's a new era, a new breed of sports car racing. Electrified speed, a blend of French Watch episodes now on YouTube.
Thank you for those likes, y'all. Back to in-race audio. Here we go.
2, so you've got 63 laps to go. Visit NASCAR.com/fantasy or select the fantasy icon on the mobile app leaderboard to make in-race changes. Running third is William Byron, and Liberty University is more than William Byron's sponsor. It's his school, offering more than 700 flexible, affordable degree programs online and on campus. You can get your future on track today. Visit liberty.edu/24. We actually have 5 members of our production crew that are Liberty graduates: Adriana, Chris, Megan, Liam, and Louie. As William Byron runs 2.4 seconds off of what Larson is running in that third position. Larson up front, Keselowski, Byron, Blaney, and Truex are the top 5. Chastain, Austin Dillon, Ty Gibbs, Reddick, and Hamlin the top 10.
All right.
Get a few updates from pit road, and we'll start with William Byron in the 24, Kim.
And Rick Williams saying it feels a little plump on the right rear, like it has too much air in that tire, but more so than needing something from the car, he needs something from his team. Take a listen to the radio.
49 for you, 52 out back. Got it, yeah, just let me focus here.
So we talk about how demanding this racetrack is. Right now, William, more than anything, just needs his team, Dave, to keep quiet and let him concentrate on what he's doing on the racetrack.
Kim, the 11 played a little different strategy last time. Here's what they thought of it.
Good job with the strategy there.
Thank you, James Moore, for becoming a member. Appreciate that, James
But now
Moore.
we know what we got.
Thank you so much, sir.
That's something.
Yeah, I thought I'd catch those guys a ton quicker, but whatever.
That was the real world learning. Also real world is that they had pit stop issues, but they've gained 3 spots back since then, Marty.
Dave, Christopher Bell, the playoff driver, spent the stage 1 laps in the top 10. Stage 2 has not been as kind. Right now in 18th. What's going on with the car?
Tight.
There you go, Steve. In case you did not get that message in your Adam Stevens, his crew chief, he also reiterated after that, whatever adjustment you did the last time was 180 degrees in the wrong direction. So how do you bail him out when your driver's suffering back there in 18th?
Well, all you can let him know is that you hear him, that you know you're going to make adjustments. I would say I do believe the track is tightening up. I think all the Goodyear rubber getting put down. Every driver comments that I'm reading up here, the ones that were loose picked their cars a little bit better. The ones that were tight are now too tight, which tells me that every crew chief down there didn't make the wrong adjustments. Just maybe they didn't make big enough adjustments
7 more to
leapfrog
80
the
likes,
direction of the racetrack.
7 more.
Plowing my brains out everywhere else.
That is a direct equivalent to 9 tights. Those go hand in hand, just for those that are translating at home.
The top 4, by the way, are absolutely inches away from the wall right now. We're seeing Larson, Keselowski, Byron, Blaney run right up against the boards.
And the problem with a tight car like that is that, you know, you're wearing the tires out, and now you're hurting the right front even more because it's so tight. You're having to turn the car more. And when you go to the throttle, it actually makes it looser. You got more steer wheel in it, more directional wheel in it than you want. And so, yes, it's super, super tight, but the rear tires aren't going to work either. And on a track like this, if your car will not point and go in the direction you need it to go in, it is a major disadvantage.
It surprises me. These guys are going over 150 miles an hour there, right there as we're watching them through the turns, and they're literally less than a foot away from that wall.
One thing that jumps out to me is how much straighter
Larson,
the next-gen car runs. That same camera
Truex,
angle
the
yesterday,
top 5.
the noses were maybe a foot off the wall, the tail right up against the wall. These cars much straighter. I don't know if that is the setups in the car, or maybe the lower profile tire that just forces the car to run straighter, but there's not a lot of room for error.
No. We just saw Ty Gibbs, and he was about 3 inches away from the wall.
I mean, think about how nervous you get going down the interstate in a construction zone at 55 and the Jersey barriers over there. How uncomfortable that is, where you're used to having all of that shoulder available. Now add 100 miles an hour and go, you know, way closer than you should be to that Jersey barrier.
Yeah, Jersey barriers, they're probably 5, 8, 10 feet away from you. These guys are literally inches away from the wall, double the speed.
You see Reddick right up against it. He's comfortable up there. He's a guy that really enjoys running against the wall. He doesn't mind doing it all day. Remember, he won those Xfinity races on this racetrack, and we kept waiting all day long for him to hit the wall, damage it. Never did. He was perfectly comfortable up there. See Ross Chastain, he is not there. He's off the wall, giving himself a little bit of a cushion.
All these drivers have spent this entire week at least running a couple of hours on the sim. I've seen Chastain over at the Chevrolet Sim the past several weeks, and they spend hours basically just practicing running the wall. Of course, they do some setup stuff, some minimal things about qualifying, what line to run, but they've really, you know, spent all week trying to understand how to do this as well as possible. And even with that extra time on the racetrack, it still takes so much guts to get up there and do it right. Your car's got to work the way you want it to. You see some people just not willing to commit.
James, every time I would pull it up, it would say internet connection was not working.
With Ross Chastain, and
you had to take the Denny's hat off because
he's interesting. Junior, the sun's peeking out again. It could become an issue quickly.
Well, someone said I wasn't getting any subscribers because I had my Denny hat on. I don't think that matters anymore. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. Commercial break as we muting the audio, in-race audio all the time on our NASCAR streams. You get to hear the in-race audio of the NBC broadcast. and we mute the commercials. But coming up next week is Martinsville, the cutoff race for the top 8 drivers. It'll go down to 4. Of course, last year, you remember the famous Christopher Bell winning there, but the famous Chastain right in the wall, and he made the championship 4, passing Denny. Oh, man, it was horrible. But remember that big Ross Chastain riding the wall of Martinsville, which is now illegal. You cannot do that anymore. But it was what he needed to do. Blaney has a great car, and he's moving. He's top 5. So 4 drivers in the top 5, according with Brad Keselowski, the new leader. Menace, thanks for this, CeeLo. I'm stuck at SeaWorld with family and keep up with the race this way. Awesome, Menace. I'm glad you're here. One of our other members, Menace. Appreciate you being here, buddy. So thank you guys so much for the likes. Keep on trying to get to 80 likes, y'all, at 115 laps complete. As Brad Keselowski continues to lead. I guess Larson pit. I guess, because I don't see him. So now Keselowski and Larson in the pits. Keselowski, no, he went down to 2nd. So Larson in the pits. I think they just pit because they just fell off. And it's a commercial break. So I'm thinking Larson and Byron just pit. We'll see what happens when they come back from a commercial break. But thank you guys for all the love tonight. Appreciate it. You think there'll be one caution today that will change everything?
Watching live sports never used to be this easy. Running up and down that field, it's touch. Get more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Put them back just a little bit further, so
Yeah,
they gained
so
the
they
track
pit.
position there by staying
They
out,
did
but
pit.
does it become that net situation? They netted a position on stage 1. Can they do it again here in stage 2?
Well, if it ever works, it would work even better in this stage here. These cars have run about 32, 33 laps on tires before they came to pit road. Now they're going to have to run mid to high 40s, almost 50 laps. So this second set of tires will really, really, really fall off. Denny Hamlin's going to run a few more laps, pit. Now the negative to Hamlin's strategy is even after he pits, if we get a caution with, say, 10 to go in the stage, that's 10 less laps he has to gain back the time. That's really the risk that Hamlin takes. The advantage is, you know, he's much faster for the whole second half of the stage.
And we talk about discipline when you're driving these race cars. It becomes even more difficult when you're on old, super old tires and everybody else has new tires because they're driving their car way harder than you are. They can drive in the corner deeper. They can get in the gas sooner. You really have to focus on maximizing your car, ignore everything around you.
Well, look right there. I mean,
3
you're
more
talking
cautions.
over
and
4
they'll be at the end.
miles an hour different, right? From Kyle Larson
Going
to
pretty
Hamlin, who's
quick.
leading the race, Jeff, to your point.
For sure.
Old tires versus new. This racing surface, we've heard from so many drivers, it's tough on tires. And Larson, who has been out already for 60 laps, leading this field on the fresher tires. Denny Hamlin now leading laps on the older tires, but just because of pit strategy that he's out front.
Denny.
Bubba Wallace
Getting
staying
some
out there
points
with
at
him.
least.
As a matter of fact, the top 8 all under this same strategy. Starting to see a few more make their way onto pit road. Alex
Denny
Bowman,
Hamlin, Chase
Todd
Elliott.
Gilliland on pit
Now
road
they're
now.
in second
Rick, I
spot.
think
He
you
has
see
a
more
P
on
next
the
to his
strategy,
name
because
for
as I
owner
mentioned, for
championships.
Hamlin,
He's still
I think
available
it
for
was a net
that.
gain for positions. It was a huge gain for Logano, right? This is a car that had to start in the back. He ran that same strategy as the 11 of Denny Hamlin, and he drove all the way up inside the top 20 before he made his pit stop. So I think other teams have seen that, and that's why they're running a little bit longer on the first set of tires in stage 2. Dave?
And Steve, when they all started pitting, crew chief Woody Barker told Bubba Wallace, nope, you stay out. That's way too early for us. So this is about what they did last time. Kind of came
Bubba Wallace did.
The car is much
5,
better
6,
this time
19,
for Bubba
24
Wallace,
pit. Yeah, they all did.
Better lap time than he was when it was so
It was under
icy
the
out there
commercial,
for him.
so.
It's a lot of smoke coming out of the right front of Bubba Wallace. We've already heard the 6 is having a brake issue. These brake rotors, how hot do they get, Steve?
Well, coming to pit row, you're going to see him, over 1,400 degrees. You're trying to slow that car down. The brakes on the next-gen car, especially at the intermediate tracks, are much larger
Elliott
than
make
what
it to
you
the
would have
last
run.
round of the
So you
Owners'
have a lot of
Championship.
braking
I think
power.
he will.
That could be good and bad, right? You can overstop the car, or as in the case of the 6, you can actually get a little bit of a brake vibration with that heavy rotor.
Neil Patterson says.
6 of Keselowski running in that 7th
just staying
spot
out there, man.
With Blaney just behind him. 5 drivers leading laps already in this race. Larson, Hamlin, Keselowski, Byron, and Truex Jr.
Ryan Blaney, the struggle on 1.5 miles this year, really on low grip racetracks, but team doing a good job today, Kim.
And Kevin Harvick finishing service. He said the front is still absolutely terrible and the back not where he wants it. Just won't turn an adjustment there. Kyle Busch also complaining of a tight condition. He said overall tight, tighten one, tighten the throttle. Decent on center, but tight late exit.
Hearing a lot of tights, Rick. I think that's the direction the track is going. It's kind of what happens. That's a pretty normal thing. Now, other races, this one specifically used to run later in the day.
I'm not saying there won't be more cautions. I'm just saying there will be a huge caution.
But today, I believe we're going to finish this race with the sun up in the air, and it's just going to keep getting tighter. Now we see Denny Hamlin. No surprise, he's pitting with 41 laps on his tires.
Denny now
and
pitting.
41 laps to go in this stage. So once again, just splitting this up directly in the middle. He was about 10th, 11 seconds back.
Denny
when
gives
the
it
pit
up, and now
cycle
Larson
started
will
with
be the new
leaders.
leader. Here comes
So
Denny
we'll see,
down
first
in
of
the
all,
pits.
can the 11 have a clean stop? Dave, we'll see if they do a little better than last time.
Yeah, we're going to watch, especially on that left rear. That's where the trouble was last time. So as he comes around this time, does the nut stay in the gun? It's magnetically attached. Yes, it does. Back on there. That's a much better stop for Denny.
Better stop for Denny Hamlin. And again, on a different strategy, coming about 7, 8 laps later than the rest of this field. Larson has made his way.
So another commercial break coming up. Appreciate y'all being here. Keep on trying to hit that like button. We're trying to get to 80 likes here as we're in stage 2. 80 likes. Halfway. But thank you guys so much for being here. On the Go at CeeLo is a channel. We do NASCAR on the channel. We've been doing it since the Daytona 500. And we've met a lot of new folks and a lot of friends this year. And we like to finish strong. So please share the stream out. Tell people about us. And see if we can get a whole bunch of friends here together for the end of this race. But thank you guys so much as we're under commercial break with Kyle Larson, Brett Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Martin Truex Jr. in the top 5. If you see anybody that you want to know where they're at today, Larson and BK has it going on today. Yeah, man, they've been up front all day long. Let's take a look at the backpack of the pack here. Chase Elliott, the last car on the lead lap. Kyle Busch, 1 lap down. Chris Buescher, our playoff driver, still alive in last place right now in the standings. He is in 2 laps down, so it's not looking good. Pretty much he's going to have to win this race or Martinsville to make the Final 4. And man, what a shame. He was so hot earlier in the season. Him and Keselowski finishing 1-2 sometimes, both in the top 5. But there is your drivers for the rest of the field. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin just pit. He's in 15th spot. So
But then Kyle Larson decided it was time to dominate once again. He gets back up front as he passed the 6.
Yeah, and then the 47 of Stenhouse, a little bit of wall contact, then a broken toe link sends the 47 spinning, bringing out the caution right before the end of stage 1, and then under yellow, the 5 of Larson, the winner of the first stage.
Trouble on pit road for the 11 here. See right there.
looks like, what are we looking at there?
The nut?
The nut, yeah.
Plug nut came off.
So they're trying to chase that down, stick that back on the left rear. Just a little bit of time cost on that 11 car. And now they're working to try to repair the gun itself.
Yeah, clean up that socket. That one single nut stays in there with a magnet. But if you bang the wheel that comes off, or right there, maybe there's a burr. It didn't let the magnet seal it all the way. It only cost, I mean, look how quick it was. 2.5 seconds. That was 8 spots for Denny Hamlin. Now here's Denny Hamlin right here. He was the last car to pit. Remember, he was running about 11th at the start of the cycle. Now he's 15, 21 seconds behind. But you see how quickly he's moving through traffic. Fastest car on the racetrack every lap. That last lap, over a half a second faster than the leader of Larson. So he should continue to move up through the field. What he needs now is for these last 34 laps of this stage to run clean and green. He does not want to see a yellow.
Hamlin running in the 14th position. Let's go through the field. And guys, let's take it. We'll start with you, Jeff Burton, and the 54 of Ty Gibbs.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs, he started in 9th position, all the way down to 25th. Pitted early this sequence, got stuck in traffic, came down pit road a little bit early, trying to get away from that traffic. Now solidly in the top 10. Continually see this car and this driver racing in the top 10, just trying to clean a few things up so they can get better finishes.
Oh, Three-car Austin Dillon right behind him here in 8th place. Had a great qualifying effort, 6th. Been able to hang right around the top 10. Some great speed in this car all day long. Trying to close it out today. It's been a tough year for this team. No wins, only one top 5 finish. So they'd love to be able to get a top 5 today. If they can't win,
I don't think I have a
we want to
redeemer
finish on a
Austin
strong note this year. They're having a great run today.
Well, you mentioned speed. That's what the one of Ross Chastain has brought both last week at Las Vegas and this week at Miami. This is the driver that kind of had a quiet summer, then jumped into victory lane in Nashville with an impressive run, and kind of disappeared again. He made the playoffs, but was unable to continue into the round of 8. I thought he had car enough to at least compete last week.
That race,
Another
Chastain
fast car
race.
for the one here in Miami.
Just behind Chastain, running in the top 10 is A.J. Allmendinger, and so many questions still out there. Will he run in the Cup Series? Will it be the Xfinity Series next year? Well, that decision may have been made, or at least helped to be made, when he, a couple races back, won at the Charlotte Roval, and it was a huge emotional win for A.J. Allmendinger as he got out of the car and said, you just never know when you're going to win your next race at the Cup Series.
Joey Logano out of the playoffs, a disappointing year, not the number of wins, not the speed that they normally have, and a backup car today. Really nice job sitting there running in 11th place. A nice recovery for a team that, honestly, since the playoffs have started, have run better than they did in the regular season, but just not good enough against this tough field.
Corey LaJoie running back in 12th place. A great run for this team. They've really worked hard. Spire has made a big commitment to get better this year. The results are there. At this particular racetrack, though, they have not finished in the top 20 in the last 3 races. So definitely wanting to be able to close it out today with a great result. But this 17, they're on the upswing. Big things happening for them next year as well. Love to see this team getting better and better every year.
You see Hamlin coming by with those a little bit fresher tires right behind the 7. A pair of SHR teammates, right? We have Chase Briscoe in the 14, Eric Almirola in the 10. You mentioned an upswing for Spire. You know, I think for SHR, having a couple of these Fords inside the top 15 is an upswing. It's definitely been a little bit of a down year for Stuart Haas Racing. I know it's not the year they wanted to send Kevin Harvick off. These are his teammates here. But, you know, it takes a long time to make gains, Rick, and sometimes they're not obvious. But when I see Briscoe and Almirola in a race that's had very few yellows, you just have to have good cars. Not a lot of gimmicks to run inside the top 15 today. They brought fast enough Fords to do it.
28 laps still remaining in stage 2, and already after only 137 laps have been run, there have been more lead changes this race than the entire race here last year, where there were only 11 lead changes. And the reason why there weren't many lead changes last year was because the driver of the 5 led 199 laps, and here maybe a little bit too close to the wall.
He hit the wall a little bit.
With his lead right now, he's got a 5.6 second lead, Steve, as crew chief. Are you going to tell him, hey, you don't need to be running inches off the wall right now?
Not with a win in the bank. I'm saying let's get to a 10-second lead, 15, 18. I want to demoralize the field. I want the field to think there's no chance they could beat us for a championship in Phoenix. This is our moment. We won a week ago. This race doesn't matter, So to me, it's going to matter more, because if you win the race that you don't need to win, that is really doubling down.
I think, though, that with that win in the bank, he can take those risks. He can push it a little harder. Everyone else has got to keep that car straight to try to get to the end of this stage and the end of this race, while he can take a little bit bigger risks than the rest of the field.
And he's doing it. William Byron, they're sliding in front of Keselowski. So it's Larson, Blaney, Byron, Keselowski, and Truex, the top 5.
All right, going to a commercial break again. Keselowski there in 4th place, James Moore, so we'll see what he can do. But it's going to take a caution here to get all the field back to normal, because Larson's got a 5-second lead over the 2nd place car. It's been domination Kyle Larson for the last 2 races. He even almost wrecked last week, and he still won the race. So need a caution here. Need a caution to wave to get back into this race. But right now, it is a blowout fest by Kyle Larson. But thanks so much for hanging out with us today. Appreciate all the likes. We're trying to get to 80 likes. That's our new goal, 80 likes. See if you can hit that like button for us. We're almost at 80 likes. Appreciate it, y'all. As we're 2 hours in to our race, as we're 140 laps complete, 126 laps to go.
Learn more and report safety information at impacts.com.
So just waiting on the commercial break. We'll bring back the race audio for you guys.
When you sleep on the right mattress, it makes everything clear. I know how to repair my relationship with my son. Right mattress matters.
We'll find yours.
It's the early holiday savings event at Mattress Firm. Our early gift to you. Come now. Save up to $600 and get a free adjustable base. 3% back. Mattress Firm.
Who's your championship pick for, Neil? I said Denny, Larson, Truex, and Byron. That is my 4. Denny, Truex, Larson, and Byron.
Fans, make sure to download the official app of NASCAR. It allows you to follow the action with 3 live scoring. There's in-car cameras, radio broadcast. Search NASCAR in your app store, and you can start a free trial today. Fans enjoying the racing here as we take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and it definitely has been turned by the 5 of Kyle Larson. It was lap 87 when it came at 32.58 seconds, an average of over 165 miles an hour for that lap.
3 more likes to
He's got his hands full with Daniel Suarez. Daniel's actually in front of him trying to get in the lead lap. And watch this. Daniel crosses over, gets back in the top lane. Larson almost into the back of him, turns underneath him.
Larson almost got wrecked.
And then off of turn 4, Suarez is like, hey, I'm fighting for my life. And Larson slides right in front of him, and Suarez did not like that.
Wow.
Now look, I know the 5 is racing
Put him in the wall,
for
Suarez.
the win, but Suarez is racing for his race as well, trying to stay in the lead lap.
And he's got Pitbull here. I mean, he's got one of the co-owners here.
I wasn't going to say it, but I think that has a little bit to do with it, too. You want to show out in front of the boss.
20 to go here in stage 2.
Has been up front already 81 laps with just 19 to go here in stage 2. Let's do a playoff driver through the field. We'll start with Dave on Larson.
And Rick, you heard Kyle talk about it before the race. Change nothing. Do what we did last week where they swept the day. Talked to his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, earlier today. He said change nothing except for one thing. Now that we know we're going to Phoenix, a small part of each of my days is spent on the Phoenix car. But other than that, it is business as usual. We're coming out to win every race. As for the 12 of Ryan Blaney, talked to his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning. Hassler said, Vegas, we did not execute the cycles, the strategy. They've been doing that today, and Blaney runs second.
William Byron in the third position, and crew chief Rudy Fugel told me this morning their starting point this weekend was the 5-car setup last year where they swept both stages and won, but yesterday their car needed a little bit of everything. It was nothing special, but it also wasn't bad. They made some adjustments on that. Right now, they're just trying to get a point scrap. They finished 4th in stage 1, currently Marty in that 3rd position.
Ken Martin Truex Jr. said earlier this week, there's a comfort for me coming to Miami. This is always a good place. I know that we on the 19 team can be good. It goes all the way back to my Xfinity Series days. I have felt comfortable here, and I have fun here. That's not the case for every racetrack, and he's showing that today, trying to get 4th there from Brad Keselowski. Tyler Reddick, his Toyota corporate teammate, right behind him in the 6th position. How's the car handling?
Same deal. Getting beat by a 10th or so in 1 and 2. You make most of it back in 3 and 4, but nobody else running the top that's fast.
I might argue Kyle Larson's running the top pretty good, Dave, but that's been the problem for Larson all day long. Committed to running the top, but struggling in 1 and 2.
Right here.
Denny Hamlin seems to have a pretty good race car today, running 9th and going on that little bit of a different strategy than everybody else. Remember, they're looking at points today and are just above the cut line. Gain 5 at the last stage, in position to gain 2 more as he goes forward, Marty.
Is the handling any better for Christopher Bell? The short answer, no. Sitting in 19th, Dave. And I go back to last week. They were 8/100ths of a second from that win in the championship 4 bid. Bell told me a few weeks ago, I think we'll have to win a race in the round of 8. They were so close to that last week, but today they are struggling with the handling of that 20 car, Kim.
Marty, speaking of struggling with the handling of a race car, Chris Buescher has nothing to show for today so far. Right now, he said he's losing rear grip, cannot feel the front end of the car, and he has a good amount of brake fade. It's shaking pretty badly. Crew chief Scott Graves told me they had figured out what worked in Darlington, another racetrack that is a high tire wear, high line racetrack. They brought some of those ideas here, obviously not working for them today here. Chris Buescher currently in the 26th position.
That brake fade, that brake shake, same thing Brad Keselowski's complaining about. So while Brad is much faster in the 4th position, seems like RFK as an organization have something in the braking system, whether it's overcooled, undercooled, but something both drivers don't seem to like.
Truex Jr. still trying to take that spot away from Brad.
Yeah, Brad's just been on this fence the entire day. I mean, he's maximized how to make time up there, and this is going to be a hard pass for
the gap
19
to
on
Larson
older tires.
Shrinking big time. Go get him, Blaney.
On a little bit newer tire, you could use that bottom groove and maybe get by to 6, but Brad's not going to give you anything out there.
Lead now for Kyle Larson. It was 5.
Truex will have to drop back here and regroup and try to set him up some other way.
80 likes, y'all. Hit that
Slap traffic's going to hurt Brad, though.
Likes.
Look at the gap. Closed. 19 right back to his door.
That's the problem on corner exit running that high line. If your car turns, you'll be able to drive off from the 19.
Less than 13 to go. It's stage 2. All Larson up front this stage.
All right, so they're doing side by side. We'll keep you watching here as they are NASCAR nonstop, sponsored by Xfinity. They're showing Larson there. Continue to lead Ryan Blaney, William Byron Keselowski, and Martin Truex Jr. Blaney has the best car. Man, it'd be something if he could pull this off, getting the championship 4. Wouldn't that be something? That would be interesting. Blaney, as a season that he's had, not a very good season. So keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 80 likes, y'all. And it should be interesting to see if Blaney pulls this one off. He was hot last week. Then he had some issues, but Blaney was strong last week as well. Of course, he had that crazy DQ at the end, but then NASCAR reinstated that, so he's back where he was after the end of the game. A commercial break right now, as we'll bring back the in-race audio right after the commercials are over. Blaney versus Larson at Phoenix. Wouldn't that be something? I hope it's Denny versus Larson at Phoenix, but we'll see. But they go to the final 4. It's going to be whoever finishes higher. Whoever wins the race is basically going to win the championship. That's usually how it goes.
one longest-lasting AA battery. You are not related. There's no ancestry connecting you. We're kind of similar anymore. You work at it. Keep going. You may not be brothers and sisters. Life is tough.
Under 2 seconds. Yeah, Blaney. Larson's tires are probably just getting wore, though. Larson's tires are probably just wearing down. Under 2 seconds, though. Larson was in some lap traffic, though. That might have had something to do with it. Larson's into some lap traffic. And he is now going into turn 3.
A little lap traffic coming into play for leader Kyle Larson, as he already has the top 23 on the lead lap, and 24th down is a lap down. So Larson continuing to put together lap after lap where he's been able to put these drivers a lap down, and now it almost seems as he's backing off, maybe taking it a little easier on these tires.
Well, the whole pre-race, we talked risk versus reward. Maybe he's just said with 7 to go and the 2-second lead, Junior, I just don't want to hit the fence.
Yeah, it looks like it's you know, he's cruising around the bottom of the racetrack. He doesn't really have the top side of the racetrack to use. The cars in front of him been using that, the 48 and the 8 as well. So he's cruising here with coming to 6 laps to go to finish this stage. I was looking out in front of this 5 car, some of the cars he might be coming up on the lap, and one of them is Christopher Bell. Let's listen to some radio on this 20.
4 here. We need to fight hard. Try to stay on this lead lap. Okay, I'll start trying.
Pretty funny. He's, you know, drivers think, you know, when they hear that, they're like, what do you think I'm out here just riding around? I mean, these guys really are working their hardest every single lap, and he's doing everything he can, and just frustrated. This racetrack, you know, especially when your car's not running well, like that 20 car, this racetrack will test your mental toughness and your ability to keep your head on straight and not be a smart aleck to the team.
And you talk about the mental toughness. I think what the 11's trying to do with this run-long strategy, this is where it has to pay off. 6 laps to go. He's got Reddick. He's got Truex Jr. He's got by Gibbs, got by Dillon, and look in front of him is Brad Keselowski. That matters because look on the bottom left. Plus 8 above
strong on a long
you
run
can't wait
Denny.
to 20 to go next week at Martinsville and say, man, I need to find 2
5
points.
to go here in stage
All these
2.
points
Who's gonna
matter.
win?
And right now, Brad Keselowski, that's another point. So look at the bottom left. Now he's plus 10. Right? He's scoring these points now, and it's projecting through the end
Larson,
of the race. So
Byron,
this
Hamlin,
strategy for Hamlin has it
Truex.
driving all the way up to 4th.
Ones I picked.
I would be shocked if more cars don't split the final stage up in the middle.
Yeah, we talked about the 5 car, maybe saving tires. Well, look right here. The 12 car has caught him. He is having trouble getting by that car on the outside of him. He just can't quite clear him. But if he could ever get by Suarez, I think he's got enough car to get by Larson. Suarez is actually running Larson down as well. Larson running the bottom of the racetrack. And look at the 12 car. It just gains on him big time right here.
Larson's in big trouble right there. Slid up, didn't make the bottom of the corner. He's lost all that grip. Here comes the 12 of the inside.
So now Blaney takes the lead away, as Harrison Burton's also going to try to unlap himself.
And right behind this group is Byron. Byron in that 24 right there. I think the 12 can get away here possibly if he can clear this 5.
Oh, the 12 just barely got in front of the 5 there. Just barely slid in front of him.
So I think that Blaney can move out, possibly win the stage. Byron's coming though. And this 5 is struggling right about 10 laps ago. The car just kind of fell off a cliff in lap time.
All right.
And he's hanging on trying to get this thing around the corner.
He's got 2 laps to go in stage 2.
So Byron's going to pass him.
This will make it 3rd that he has fallen back to, as William Byron's going to get by him as well.
I mean, he's already in. There's no sense of anything else happening.
I know it's hard to really see it on the screen, but he's barely able to use the throttle.
We got 2 to go in the stage.
Barely able to really get aggressive with the steering wheel. He's just creeping around the bottom of this racetrack, trying to get this car to the finish.
We'll be coming up on 1 to go in stage 2.
Look at that thing moving around, sliding. It's losing all kinds of time.
Yeah, 50 laps on these tires, and they have had enough.
And they'll take note of that. The car quit running about 40 laps into this run. will have to really kind of try to figure out either how to extend that and allow the car to have a little more pace on the backside of this run. Maybe the driver can give them a little bit on the front end, not running quite as hard in those first 10 or 20 laps.
He was over a second behind the speed of Blaney on the last lap, and Blaney coming out of turn 4.
Congratulations,
Close
Ryan Blaney.
But Blaney is going to win stage 2 here in Miami.
Stage 2.
Byron second, Larson.
Congratulations,
So he's going to hang on for third. That's Blaney's 5th
Another
stage
Penske
win
car
of the
getting
season.
hot in the playoffs like last year.
And a lot of eyes were on Ryan Blaney yesterday during practice and qualifying, showing a lot of speed here at the end of stage 2. So Blaney grabs the stage win, surprises Kyle Larson.
The victory. We go to commercial break. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're new to us, make sure you hit that like button and subscribing. We would love for you to join our channel. But we have Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and then Brad Keselowski in your top 5. Martin Truex Jr., Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon, Joey Logano in the top 10. And then Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger, Eric Jones, Corey LaJoie, Eric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott in 18th now, Bubba Wallace in 19th, and Austin Cindric in 20th. Yep, needed those points. That's right. So there's your top 20. Let's see, 21 through 36. There's Kyle Busch in 21st. Christopher Bell back there in 22nd. Not looking good for him. Ryan Preece, the last car on the lead lap. Daniel Suarez in 24th. McDowell, Buescher, another playoff driver, not looking good. Justin Haley, Alex Bowman, Harrison Burton, Ty Gillen, Todd Gillen, and Ryan Newman. Palicki, these cars are 2 laps down. And then John Hunter Nemechek in 3 laps down. J.J. Yeley in 35th. And Ricky Spinhouse Jr. after spinning, losing all those tires. But Blaney wins stage 2. All right. So 8,056 is our we've stalled in the last 2 weeks. And that's where we are right now. So thank you guys so much for all the love. We appreciate you. And we'd love for you to join our channel under caution as we're in stage 3 here. Stage 3 coming up under caution. Last 100 laps to go here on the channel. As we got 2 more races to go. 2 more races to go to get to our final race of the year. Keep on hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 80 likes, y'all. 80 likes. Triton, what's going on? Welcome in, bud. Welcome in. So I guess that didn't work. It should have worked. I was trying to change the emoji for the memberships. So let me see if it works. Custom parts. It didn't work. Let's try it again. Let's see if it works now. What's up, Triton? How you doing, bud? How was the fair? He is way in the back.
Doesn't matter as he's already into the championship 4. Blaney, though, 18 points, big for him. Byron, 16. Hamlin grabbed 12. Truex Jr. 11, Reddick 8, and Bell 2. The stage 2 winner won the last 4 races here. So is that a good sign
Rob
for Ryan Blaney?
Is getting good at taking wins with his driving
Burton,
style.
you saw it happening 3, 4, 5 laps before the end of that race.
Well, Blaney just really good speed on the long run.
Pit
now
stops.
They need a really good
Before
pit stop
stage
here.
3 begins. Let's see who comes in, who gets
William
out.
Byron finishing second in that stage asked 2 things of his crew. He said they still need to work on how the car turns. That will help him on entry. And then he loses rear longevity. Needs something for the last 10 laps of that run. A little adjustment on that 24 car, Dave.
Blaney, the stage winner, said his car was still tight, needs a little help there. As for Kyle Larson, the car faded. He asked at lap 7 to go. How many laps were left? That's kind of when it went away, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. said, that's the best we've been all day long. I was freer. That certainly helped. I need one more step to help us in turns 1 and 2. This pit crew may be using pit stall number 1 to their advantage, but no, Rick, they actually lose some spots here on pit road for Truex.
Yeah, Truex dropped spots Blaney, though, holds the lead on.
My gosh, I tell you. Muted. Everybody took 4 tires. Everybody took 4 tires, but Denny Hamlin is not the leader. Ryan Blaney, William Byron, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin's in 4th, Kyle Larson in 5th. Muted. Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate that. Just waiting on the commercial break to come back, and we will. Rookie mistake. I'm always making mistakes, man. You would think by now I'd learn how to do these things.
America's #1 sportsbook. When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like.
I don't know how to make it work. All right. Such a noob. I know, man. I am such a noob. Such a noob.
With the most experience in the crowd, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Great thought. And the previous owner was really into DIY.
Okay. Hardware exchange.
Stair slide. At least we could bundle our home and car insurance with backup.
Okay. Super slippery. Chinchilla?
Yeah.
Just waiting on a commercial to come back, and we'll bring the in-race audio back to you. Glad to see we have Disney's best friend Danica in the studio today. Yep, that's right. Host, have you recovered from conquering Mount Everest? No, I have not. I have not.
Tell you that we're going to take it to the house. Track house wide, because the house always wins. Whether on the track or off the track. One way or another, we make it happen. One time, Daniel Rapido Suarez, and off the chain or off the wall, Chastain Dolly.
It's great energy down here. This is the kind of energy we all need, Kyle. We got it down here.
You got to hit him with a dolly. Dolly. Say it.
Dolly.
Ah, you got it.
Dolly, that's it, man. You got to say it.
Jeff, how come you wouldn't say Dolly?
Because I would have sounded like Junior when he said it.
Oh, that's so good.
Well, Pitbull loved it, and I'm sure that he was having a great time down there with you guys. Let's check in on the Peacock Pit Box. All right, DJ KP, can you say Dolly?
We can say Dolly, and we're going to take it to the pit box because that's where it's happening, down here on the pit box right now. Not up there in the booth, baby, right down here right now. Hey, you know, we've watched this thing, and we talked about it this morning in production. There's been some comers and some goers, and the words of the great Larry McReynolds. But at that time, we talked about cars just running out there and falling off. We saw Bubba Wallace early on, and we saw the 5 car. The first glitch in the armor, we saw the 5 car drop off.
Yeah, and I think some of it came, obviously they came really early, had a lot of laps on their tires, but you know, he raced really hard with Daniel Suarez there, or Suarez raced him really hard, so it was, I think that gets told there. I told you to watch out for Blaney. He was great there. He came to the front. That's going to be interesting to see if he can hold on to this, but as we start stage 3, I'm really going to watch the 20 car of Christopher Bell now that he's trying. Yeah. Love that young man.
Love that attitude. I'm glad to see that finally he's up on the wheel.
Sarcasm on the radio. That's probably a first that we heard out of Christopher Bell.
You got to be careful because when sarcasm comes back at sarcasm, that's when the fuse really gets lit.
He just had a bad day. Kyle Busch is in 15th.
Short fuse. All right, let's have a look at the keys to victory lane, brought to you by Ruoff Mortgage.
Well, you try to limit your risk. We've seen everybody running the wall, and I know we're in the final stage, but even with 96 laps to go, maybe wait just a little bit longer, see if someone else can make a mistake first.
Managing the long run. You know, we just saw the 5 car Larson so fast out front, but just bled a lot of time out on those last 10 laps of the end of stage 2. So trying to manage the tires and get them to last as long as possible.
Big picture racing, and that's different for every team. What are you here hoping to execute on? What kind of car do you have? Maximize your day. Chris Buescher, a lap down, he has to find a way to overcome that. He's got to be willing to gamble. That's a different situation than Blaney's in. He's leading the race.
Blaney and Byron, 1 and 2, they will restart on the front row.
Martin Truex Jr. will restart outside the top 10. First pit stall, you heard Marty say it, trying to use the first pit stall as their advantage. Good on the right side, come around the left side. Left front is good, but left rear has an issue. I can't tell if the socket fell off the nut, but it looks like he got a little cross-threaded. He had to come back in twice. Frustration out of the team because, once again, end of the race, losing spots on pit road.
And green flag back in the air as the final stage is underway.
Blaney and Byron side by side.
Blaney in the middle of the track. A 3-car fight for third behind him. Byron strong on the inside. But here comes Blaney back through the middle of the racetrack.
I feel like William Byron's got a really fast car, taking off, not quite as good on a long run.
Side by side
to clear
again
Blaney.
Stage 3 and 4. And who gets it? Blaney by a bumper.
Running that high line already.
Denny Hamlin and Larson really tight off of turn 2. Almost contact right there. There you see that 19 of Truex trying to rebound from that issue on pit road. Made some good ground on this restart using that high line. Trying to continue that move forward. You see the battle for the lead off turn 4.
Byron went to the top in 3 and 4. That gauge.
Byron got him that time.
Blaney took it. Byron a big side drag.
Byron got him that time.
Limiting how much Blaney can come up the racetrack on that entry to 1.
Track.
Oh, they're tight off the 2.
Little side draft down the back
Blaney
straightaway.
rode him up the track.
Byron trying to get the side draft off the 12 car. He's going to make that work. 12 to the bottom, dives down in. Pinned to the bottom of the racetrack. Beautiful corner by Blaney right here.
Can he stay in the gas, drifting up the racetrack? He can. He did not have to lift it all to the bottom of the racetrack, trying to
Blaney
break the
gets
draft.
it back that time.
Blaney 2 wins on the season. Most recently was Talladega 3 races ago.
I think if William Byron had that all over to do again, he would not have given him the bottom in 3 and 4. He would have just stayed on the bottom. Made the 12 go around him on the outside. Now William back to the bottom. All right.
Larson also trying that lower line through 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, as this time Larson running in the 5th spot, but it's Blaney, Byron, Hamlin, Keselowski in front of him. Ross Chastain running in that 6th position. We've right along.
Larson kind of falling off here. Thank you for those likes. Trying to get to 80 likes, y'all. Help us get to 80 likes. We're trying to get to 100
It's awesome
likes.
watching Larson trying to figure out what to do with Brad Keselowski. Where's Brad going to go? Where do I need to go? Brad right to the top of the racetrack. They're trying to match doors. Off the corner, they're going to be able to do it. He side drafts Brad a little bit down the straightaway, even off into the corner. He dives into the corner, going to slide up and take Brad's line away.
This early in the run, running that high, it just gives those guys too much of an advantage on the bottom on new tires. You can make lap time on the bottom.
Look at that 3-car too of Austin Dillon. We don't talk about him much this year. It's been a tough year, but
Austin Dillon
done a great
in the top
job
10,
in this race.
7
Done a great
places.
job on this restart. Starting off stage 3, racing hard in the top 10 here. Putting a little bit of pressure on this 1-car Chastain.
So much has been talked about RCR this year with Kyle Busch coming over and running this first year, making the playoffs.
Yeah, I saw an interview this weekend with Austin, and he was so happy to have a good qualifying run. It's rare when they can really do something a bit better than the 8-car. They're always leaning on that 8-car and using their setups and using their information because they're the faster car. And he was so happy this year, or happy this weekend, to be able to come here and feel like they might be offering something to their teammate, being an asset to their teammate this weekend.
Really close racing here between Chastain and Keselowski.
Both of them dove down in the bottom of the corner. And Chastain, this is a compliment. Might not sound like it, but he drives in the mirror better than anybody else on the racetrack. He uses that digital camera.
Like a little bump there.
And goes wherever the cars are behind him, taking their line away. O'Brien's hard in the wall right there.
He got a shove from Truex, and up into the wall goes Keselowski. We'll see how they do down the front stretch here, and how hard did Keselowski hit the wall.
Brad's car was not as good this run so far. Guys flying by him, and I think just trying to push a little bit too hard, trying to find that speed, got into the wall.
Keselowski a little push.
I know it was a different corner, but that moment with Chastain getting into one sort of disrupts your timing, disrupts your focus, and you get out of rhythm. And that's when mistakes like that can happen.
Now you see the battlefield lead on top of the screen. Denny Hamlin got by William Byron a few laps ago.
Bumper to bumper.
See what kind of speed Denny has. You know, this 12 car on the end of that run was really fast. Look at this. Look at the difference in lines right there. Denny entered really low, went up the racetrack. Blaney a more consistent radius around the corner. Battle continues for 8th.
Yeah, I've been surprised by the speed in this 11 car right here. We've seen them run long. They've kind of been off sequence a little bit on tires. Haven't really been able to understand exactly just how good or bad this 11 car is compared to the top 5. And here we are with a great example of just what they're capable of.
I like Blaney too. He's one of my he's my second favorite driver.
Getting gained on entry into 1 and also into 3. Then they kind of break even in the middle, and then the 12 has a little better run on corner exit. But overall, that nets Denny Hamlin some track position. See, watch him gain into the corner.
Another Brad Keselowski race up front.
Almost follows right in the tire tracks. And he lost a lot right there. For whatever reason, just wasn't able to get back to the gas and finish the corner as well as the 12. But for the last couple of laps, he's really not went far away out of the out of the dirty air to get some grip until right here.
And Steve, with this track position that Denny Hamlin has, does that change the philosophy and the strategy for Chris Gabehart as far as the way he calls maybe this last stop when he brings him to pit road?
It wouldn't for me. When I look back at the second stage, the 11 strategy was the most effective by almost 6 seconds. So I think the 11 running it in the middle, while it's the riskiest because the yellow can make a difference, I believe that's going to be the strategy for the 11.
Stage 3.
Steve, keep your eye on the 12 because the way he races lap to lap may be dictated by this.
Take care of fuel a little bit if you can, just to help us on that next stop. Sliding deep, we didn't get quite full there, but we're fine.
Oh no, they didn't get the car full.
So there you go, a little bit of a short field there, but wanting to help the next stop save fuel,
not get the car full.
Well, I think you can run a little bit partial throttle here and save a little. And really what I hear there is, hey, look, we have to stop one more time. Everybody does.
Martin.
But we know that fuel is an issue. We could put 13.5 gallons in one of these cars on a normal 4-tire pit stop. If you need more fuel than that to get to the finish, you're going to have a slower pit stop. And we've seen everything change on the pit cycle already.
Out in front, Ryan Blaney now leading laps. He's led 22 today with Hamlin chasing right behind him.
All right, so Blaney, Hamlin, Larson, Byron, and then Ross Chastain in the top 5. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Appreciate the likes, the comments, everybody hanging out with us. Oh yeah, you're right, Alex. You can hear all the drivers, hear them talk. It's a little behind, but you definitely, and you also can look at in-car cameras on NASCAR.com as well, Alex. You can do that too. So Blaney needs to just watch his gas and tires. Yep. But they just said that they did not get the tank full, so they're kind of saving some here. Maybe that's why Hamlin was getting so close to him. But right now, Ryan Blaney is in the lead. Kyle Larson now moved up to 3rd. He was in 5th, now moved to 3rd. So he's still there as well. This should be an interesting end. Let me see who you got to win this race with 80 to go. Is it the 12? Is it the 11? Is it the 5? Is it the 24? Is it the 1? Could he pull off a win? Could Truex come from 7th? Could Keselowski get his first win of the year? Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, there's all your playoff drivers. The made-up username goes 12. Who you got, guys? I'm still going Tyler Reddick. I don't know. I might change my pick and go Byron. As much as I want to see Denny win, but I think I'm going to change my pick and go Byron. Changing my pick with 79 laps to go. You get one change of a pick per race. You pick Truex and you're sticking with him. All right. It's a good day for paybacks. There you go, Menace. That's funny. It's a good day for paybacks. But thanks, James Moore, for becoming a member of the channel today. Appreciate you there. Aaron says, go Larson. 10 to go. It's going to get racy. You're right. And Leo picked Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch. Let's see where he's at. Kyle. Yeah, Kyle. There he's in 16th spot. 16th spot for Kyle Busch. 16th spot. Back at it.
Is the fastest running Toyota with Denny Hamlin behind the wheel. Then it's Martin Truex Jr., Reddick Bell, and Gibbs all
Who's
part of the top
80th
11
today?
right now. As we're seeing the 5 of Larson begin to challenge Denny Hamlin.
It's going to be fun to watch. Both these cars, I think, just a little bit quicker than the leader of the 12 car. Will they burn their stuff up working the race against each other here and allow Blaney to start to inch away? Everybody now using this very, very high line. But look at the 5. He turns down on corner exit. Tries to throttle up a little sooner, a little harder. He's got to do something different. You're not going to run them down and get right to them running the same exact line. Now this opens up an opportunity here. Denny to the bottom of the racetrack.
Sticking with Keselowski somehow.
Larson at the top is going to get a huge run if he does this right.
To get greedy and pushy about it. We'll see what happens.
But Denny, you know, having to try something different, right? We've seen him
Denny in that
trying
Sports
to follow.
Clips 11
Here comes
Toyota.
The 5 of Larson. He's all the way on the bottom.
Blaney
Watch
in
how
that
long
Menards
he carries this white line.
Ford.
Tries to really stay on the bottom as long as he can. Now the Ford
Larson
momentum of the
getting
11
close.
car
Got
is
close
going
to
to go
Denny.
by him.
And this is allowing Blaney to get a little bit further out
He
there.
thinks he's so great. Yeah.
As these two start to get more defensive, racing each other, start to pay attention to what each other are doing. That 12 car can run a little bit faster lap time.
0.7 of a second for Hamlin behind Blaney, and about a second behind Larson is Blaney. And Dave.
Rick, this is a fun race to watch, especially after what Denny Hamlin told the media this week about the high line here. And Kyle Larson's so good at it. They said, do you think you're in his category? And Denny said, no, I think I'm better than average, but I don't think I'm in the Larson category about running that high line. As you see Kyle go back up there
I thought he said
we manage our
Larson
risk a little differently. And Denny has been more all over the track this day than Kyle Larson has. Here comes Larson now. Larson will now go to the high side, and Denny will try that quote-unquote Larson line.
Larson doesn't do a slide job right there. Maybe down in turn 1 and 2, he might try that opportunity, but he's going to clear. Pretty impressed by that.
11 gives him a shove as he goes into turn 1.
Got him on the bumper.
Pushing you. He's like, yeah, I know. I got it. You know, that was just a great move. You know, he shows you how good his car is. He was able to just stay on that white line, and Hamlin
yes, exclamation point, redeem Chastain.
Cross him over because he just feels like this
Chastain,
car
Alex.
of Larson's a little bit faster right now, and just kind of conceding the spot a little bit.
They play
knowing
nice.
that on a long run, he needs to save a little bit of tire.
And that right there is frustrating. You watch Larson go into turn 3, maybe 4 inches off the wall, entering on the wall like
Larson.
that. And you know you're just not quite capable
Larson
of doing
now pulled
that.
away from Denny.
And that's a hard thing for a driver to admit. And this is the only track where we really hear drivers say, this guy is better than me at this particular thing, right? And I mean, we talk about Reddick and other drivers that actually can run the top, but I don't think anybody is in the class that this guy right here is, Larson, when it comes to running the wall.
Yeah, let's see about Blaney. Let's watch Blaney as he enters turn 1. Obviously, out there leads the race. You see, he's got a little bit of gap. That's 4 feet away from the wall, 3 feet or so. Larson has inches, you know, and it's just that little bit of difference. But Blaney, until you come up here and take the lead from me, I'm not going to change it.
81 likes. Let's see if we get to 90 now. 90 likes is our
You
number.
have to prove to me that I've got to put it inches away
Dale
from the
Senior would
wall.
rub
Until
Hamlin
then,
into the wall, he says.
I'm not going to wreck my car. I'm not going to cause damage to it because you haven't proven you can take the lead.
Now, close to 5 is right there. I mean, it's insane. And he can do it every lap. You know, a lot of guys, myself, other drivers, we can run that close to the wall. We can get there, but we're going to hit it every, 5 laps, every 10 laps. We're going to run into the wall.
Is it nice?
Kyle Larson can do this every lap of the race all day long without mistake.
Well, Marty, what about Martin Truex Jr. right now? They're running in the 7th spot.
Yeah, Rick, Steve did a great job of breaking down how Martin Truex Jr. lost 5 spots on that last pit stop. This has been a major frustration point for the 19 team. In the playoffs, they have been ranked 25th the last 3 weeks, outside the top 30, and Martin Truex Jr. has had enough.
Terrible.
Yep, not ideal. We can overcome it, though. Still a lot of laps left.
Yeah, we always got to overcome it, don't we? Can't get a pit stop, can't get my car right. Just out here doing it all myself.
So, Steve, you can tell the frustration clearly setting in for Martin Truex Jr., who's up to 6th right now. I know he is a Cup Series champion, but if you're James Small, how do you keep your driver in the game?
Well, at this point, you just have to let him know what's in front of him. I mean, he just got by 1 position right there. That's going to put him up into the 6th position. He's better than Chastain, which can get him to 5th. And that is going to be all about the green flag cycle. And I think that's the key is listen, Truex has a tremendous amount of talent, but you need to make sure he's executing whatever you need him to do behind the wheel. If you're going to run long on tires or pit short on tires, you got to continue to communicate. Even though you want to get frustrated and perhaps stop talking to your driver, this is when that relationship is tested. These two have been testing with each other on the radio over the course of their pairing. They just say it's how they communicate, but it is for sure, it sounds heated at times at least.
Definitely a frustration there in the voice of Martin. And the 11 had a little issue, got into the wall as he was chasing after Kyle Larson.
So Kyle Larson goes by him, and he starts watching Kyle. He starts trying to do what Kyle does, and this is what happens. Man, he was in the fence a long time through that corner, and that's when you risk knocking the sidewall out of the tires and getting a flat. But that's how tempting it is. The 5 goes by, and he's like, hey, man, I'm going to show you how to do this. And you go up there, and
Blaney,
you're like, okay,
he drove the Wood Brothers
he was
organization and learned his racing experience from old
But you try to get more. You try to get more. That's what race car drivers do, and he just stepped over that line.
Discipline and focus.
Maybe
and right
one.
now, Kyle Larson has it. He's still chasing down Ryan Blaney, who's out front here at Miami.
So commercial break, side by side, NASCAR nonstop. As I'll be watching it here for you, just in case anything happens. We're 202 laps complete of 267. Been not really too many wrecks today. It's been kind of really easy. Lots of green flag pit stops. But we're trying to get to 100 likes, man. We haven't not gotten to 100 likes ever on a NASCAR stream. So if you can help us get to 100 likes, that is our goal. 100 likes. And we're running out of time. This is right now our worst. I thought last week's was slow, but this week's is even slower. So definitely the algorithm has been screwed up on me. And we'll have to try to talk to YouTube and figure out what's up. But this is crazy, man. I don't understand it. Like even when you type in NASCAR Live, mine doesn't even come up. Like it's like blocked. It's not blocked, but like it's still like not showing anything. So it's ridiculous. So we're 15 likes away from 100. Let's see if we can get there. But appreciate y'all so much. And let's see. Y'all picked Blaney as who will finish the best. And right now, Blaney's in first place. So that is awesome. But thank you, James Moore, for becoming a member today. If you guys would like to become a member of the channel, it's 99 cents. It's not very much. $1.99 and $2.99 are our memberships. And you can find those by clicking on the $sign at the bottom, where right next to the chat box. And you can sign up for memberships, or you can do a super chat, or just gift a membership if you would like to someone else. So thank you guys so much for everything. And we're going to be bringing back in-race audio here in just a second when they come back from commercial. 88 likes. Thank you so much for tuning in on the go with CeeLo. Thank you guys. As we're down to 2 races left of the season, Martinsville and then Phoenix, and we'll crown a champion after we've been here all year since February, doing every Sunday. We've missed about 3 or 4 races, and that is about it. So we've done a lot. We have done a lot.
Running up and down that field looks tough. It's touch. Get way more into what you're into when you stream on the Xfinity 10G network.
Still single file.
The Dolphins are in Philadelphia. Face the Eagles. Coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern with Football Night in America on NBC and Peacock. Steve, would you call them juggernauts if they're 1-2 right now as far as yards per game on the offensive side?
Well, I mean, Miami is going to be the fastest team in the NFL. It's unbelievable the speed that they have, and kind of reminds me of these 2 cars right here. I'm a little shocked at the speed of the 12 and the 5. 5 was great early. 12 got in front of them. Now with 61 to go, it's all about when do you come to pit road. We've seen Hamlin stick to his strategy of splitting up in the middle. I thought in the second stage that was mathematically the better strategy. He ran the stage with the least amount of time on track. So now the question is, what does Blaney do and what does Larson do? I think, you know, if Larson can come to pit road a lap before Blaney, that's probably enough to leapfrog him. But then, you know,
laps to
when
go.
is that? They have 36 laps on the tires. There's 60 to go in the race. So splitting it up even is about
right
lap
now,
218,
Leo,
219. That's 12 or 13 laps from now.
353.
So what will they decide to do? When will they decide to come? And will somebody do something completely out of the box to try to find a way to the front?
Marty.
So, Rick, the interesting part to Steve's conversation is that when the first pit cycle happened with Denny Hamlin and Chris Gabehart, there were about 2 teams that played the game of splitting the stage exactly in half. In stage 2, about 10 teams, Steve. So do you see more teams jumping to that theory, splitting it exactly in half, because it clearly worked for Hamlin in stage 1 and 2.
Yeah, and half worked for Hamlin. But there's a lot of factors. Remember, the 12 is supposed to be saving a little bit of gas, so we'll have to see if he needs more fuel in the pit stop. Lap traffic. Like right here, he's working pretty good through the 34, but if you get to a spot where you think you're going to hit a wall of traffic, you can hit pit road. You would think it's a science, but it's a lot of scientific calculations, and then you kind of shake it in and make it art. You really have to kind of gut check it, use all the information, and then we haven't even talked about getting on and off pit road. Very difficult to get on pit road here, and then off pit road with the access line. Or access road, excuse me.
Yeah, 100%, Steve. And I think that one thing that happened there is that 12 did a great job of getting through traffic. That was an opportunity for Larson to narrow that gap a little bit, but Blaney just cut right through him. He just found a way to get through that traffic. He did not give Larson much of an opportunity.
Gap has been cut to a half a second now between Blaney and Larson.
And Larson's changed his line. The last few laps, he's run
Denny
much
back
lower
in
on the
third,
racetrack.
William Byron in 4th.
A little more traffic as we are starting to see some cars make it to pit road, including the 6.
Keselowski
Yeah, Rick, some going to the early side of this window with 57 to go here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Brad Keselowski told Matt McCall, I have lost all my center turn and all my center speed. So McCall doing something here. You see that wedge adjustment for Brad Keselowski, trying to get the car a little bit better. Martin Truex Jr. just told his pit crew, if we do not have a good stop here, we are done. He said it's so tight when we're back in traffic. Whatever you guys can do to help me out a little bit, I need the track position back that we lost. These pit stops happening under green on the early side of the window with 56 to go. We'll see how Truex and this 19 team answers the call after that stop last time under caution when they lost 5 spots at the end of stage 2.
Well, a little slow in the right front already. Come around to the left side. Okay, I'm not going to give it an A. I'll give it a solid B stop.
Truex in and out.
Truex. Blaney down the backstretch continues to lead with 55 to go.
He's coming to the bottom of the racetrack.
Tuning in, Blaney. Could this be the pit stop? Very important pit
And
stop for
Five's
Blaney.
going to chase
here.
him in. To your point, Jeff, he cannot allow
Here
the 12
comes the leaders.
to get a lap. Look at the
Here
5
comes
gain
the
to the
leaders.
rear bumper.
Oh my God!
Oh, the 5
Larson
into
just
the
nailed the
water.
pits. Oh my
barrier's
gosh!
right at the end of pit road. He slides
Larson
into
just
damage
nailed
to
the
right
pit
front.
That's going to
road.
bring the yellow out. They're going to have to throw the caution to be able to repair those barriers.
Oh my gosh.
Kyle Larson just trying so hard.
Larson was coming so fast. He had to slow down. He didn't have a place.
It's badly damaged, his 5 car as well.
I'm sorry. I did not expect him to slow down that much.
There you have it.
5 slid out to avoid the 12, got into those barrels.
Here we go.
Sand and water normally.
Here we go. Watch this.
Sand in them. You
Watch
see this.
Look how much he's gaining on him. And he has no choice but to turn right or run into the back of Blaney. He turns right and gets the end of the pit wall. Just way too much speed here.
And heavy damage with these barrels.
Yeah, you have to wonder. The pit road speed starts right there past the barrel, or right at the very, just past the barrels, about 10 feet. You have to wonder what speed was Blaney doing? That contact to the back of the left rear of the 12 probably is going to help things.
Just
Boat out the
Blaney if he hit him.
Panel just behind the wheel. That's not a good thing aerodynamically, but I'm not sure that Blaney wasn't doing a good job getting on pit road. Maybe the 5 was actually cooking it on the pit road a little bit too much.
Yeah, and Larson said, I just didn't expect him to slow down that much. So Larson didn't feel like he was going too quickly. Once he got to the position where he knew he was in trouble, now he's just locked up, and he's no longer about making pit road speed. It's just trying to avoid contact.
All that sand.
But we see this. We see the effort by the teams to push the drivers. Pit road entry. In-lap, out-lap, that everybody's
that like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes, y'all. We're at 93. Trying to get to 100 likes.
Check out the speed and the pointers. Here we go.
130.
Blaney's slowing down right here.
Blaney's at 125 coming into pit road.
So they're
Larson's
looking for pit
at
road
100
speed.
miles an hour.
I mean, Blaney looks to me that he's overslowing. I mean, he's almost to pit road speed. Yeah,
he nailed that thing at 50 miles an hour, y'all.
You would think, I mean, it's hard to tell.
Pit road speed's 45, but you don't get busted until you go 54.9, right? So you really want to be going, you want to be going, yeah, I'm sorry, you want to be going 50.
Wow.
So the question,
Larson
Jeff,
is
right,
on
it's not
pit
50
road with
dead
the
at the
hood
line.
up.
Sometimes, I mean, it's
and this changes things, y'all, but Larson's already in, so it doesn't really matter.
And then you slow down extra to give it back. It wasn't egregious by the 12 car, but it's also, I think the 5 would have made pit road speed. It didn't look like he was going too fast.
I have to agree with you, Steve. I think that was a little conservative on the 12, but the 5 was probably going to do just fine. He wasn't going to get busted on speeding, but just came in a whole lot more aggressive.
Well, even if the 5's going over speed, he's got that entire distance to get slowed down because it's time over distance. You have X amount of feet to run an average of 49.9 miles per hour. So you can come in speeding, you just got to get it slowed down.
Heavy damage to the 5, a good break for Blaney. 1, he didn't get spun on pit road, but 2, we'll confirm with NASCAR, but currently scoring shows him the middle of the lead lap, but the only lead lap car that has pitted, so he'll instantly become the leader of the race. Not so good for Truex, who'll be trapped a lap down.
So Truex, a lap down. That's not good for him trying to stay in this 4. But yeah, that jacked up his car really good. So Larson, if you just missed it, Chump's coming in. Larson nails pit road, the sandbags, and creates a mess. We're under caution due to that. He was trying to get out of the way of Blaney. He had nowhere to go. And Blaney was in the pits as well. So if you don't see Blaney in the top 10, that's why. Blaney was coming into pit, and he's now in 10th place. But he won't have to pit anymore. But 62 of us here. Appreciate y'all. We're trying to get to 100 likes. If you haven't hit the like button for us, 100 likes is our new goal. Joey Logano made a nice comeback. Yeah, he's up in 8th place. Good little run for him. So, but thank you guys so much for the likes. If you'd like to become a member of the channel, we would love for you to join us. You get your name in green. And you also get a little emoji next to your name, which I'm trying to get the On The Go at CeeLo logo working, but it's giving me issues. So, but you will have emojis to play with, and I'll be bringing up some more emojis. I noticed I can add more emojis to it. So we'll try to bring in the 4 NASCAR drivers for next week and go from there. So thank you guys so much for everything today on the channel, On The Go at CeeLo. As we're trying to make a good stream, for you guys. We're here every Sunday for you guys. The algorithm's messed up a little bit on us, and we'll have to fight to get it back. So I'll try to keep on working hard to get that algorithm keyed, and we'll know what. No matter what happens, we're gonna be back here next week in Martinsville for the Martinsville race next Sunday. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate that. Yeah, anything helps, man. We've been stuck at 8,050 for about a week and a half now. We cannot gain any more subscribers. I have no clue why, but it is what it is. Red flag. Yeah. There's sand all over the place, Leaf. Sand all over the place. So a quick race that was going by really quick might actually end in a decent time now. It's Alex, it's ! Redeem Go Denny. GODENNY.
The pit road, the red flag has come out, and so while the safety crews and the track crews go to work cleaning up the sand that came out of the barrels,
oh yeah, remember that, John?
The
remember
5
that?
hits the barrel here.
Here.
Take a look at this and listen.
Here's his in-car camera.
See how quick it happens from in the car. Right, Larson just trying to gain. Felt like the 12 was going slower than he needed to be.
Wow.
And now he's just in big trouble. Just trying to get everything he can.
The
day over for the 5.
Yeah, 5's day was complete. He went behind the wall
going
and
behind
into the garage.
So now, other than the obvious
lucky for
winners
him,
and losers, which
he
Larson
has a
being
win.
the biggest loser, because he's now out of the race. Ryan Blaney continued on to pit road, pitted, and with the yellow coming out, didn't go a lap down because everybody else was slowing down. So Blaney's service is done, and he's still on the lead lap. So when pit road does open, he's the only lead lap car that does not need to pit, so he will take over the race lead. Hamlin, Byron, Dillon, Reddick, they'll come to pit road, and we'll see who beats who off pit road. Either way, they'll line up behind the 12. Now, unfortunately, the loser in this situation, and bad luck chases this car. I'm somewhat baffled at the playoffs that the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. has had. Some, I think it's on them for decisions and speed, but this is purely just a bad break. They had serviced their car 1 lap ago, and now he'll take the wave around, but with 16, 17 cars in the lead lap, he's going to restart inside 50 to go, outside the top 15. I mean, I know we say you make your own luck, and I think at times the 19 has, but in this situation, Jeff, it's just bad luck, if you can believe it. It's awful.
Yeah, that just got
pitted just a little
wasn't
while
a
ago.
wrong decision. It just didn't work out for him, Marty.
Yeah, Jeff, but the pit stop did not help. Steve, I think you gave it a grade of a B. Martin Truex goes much lower. Here was the radio.
Oh, joke. I ain't doing it no more.
So we're going to have to wait here.
I don't care.
Truex, man, you can tell he is upset on the radio, Steve. So I'll ask you again. You're James Small. You got to keep him in the game here, because if you look at where the points are right now, they're only 1 below the cut line heading to Martinsville, where he has 3 wins. So Truex knows they got a great track coming up, but he's very frustrated right now.
Well, he's frustrated because first it was a slow pit stop, and then here I don't think he was frustrated with the pit stop right there. I think that was the reaction to the yellow.
Blaney,
you know,
Chastain,
there's
Keselowski,
moments where you need to try to motivate your driver or coach your driver. Then there's other times that, you know, all it's going to do is perhaps make him more angry. And I would have this as one of those times. I'd let it all cycle out. I'd let him try to cool off. There's no doubt Martin Truex Jr. is going to drive the wheels off this thing to the finish. So I would just physically tell him where we stand. When this all cycles out, we're this many below the cut line, you're in this position. In front of you, you're going to have lap down and lead lap cars who are for position, and then just be quiet and let him and the spotter go to work. With 50 to go here, you could have 3 or 4 more yellows. You could have more pit stops. Anything can happen. But Truex already knows that, and I don't think Truex wants to hear that at this point.
Let's check in with Dave and the crew chief of the 12.
That is Jonathan Hassler, and he saw all that go down. A couple questions to unwrap here. First of all, was that any different entry than before for Ryan under green? Is your car damaged, and do you think you'll cycle out to the lead here?
Yeah, I think Ryan had a pretty normal pit road entry there. I think the 5 was just a little hot, ended up obviously missing it. We have a little bit of damage on the right rear, but it's nothing we're overly concerned about, so we'll should be able to stay out here and restart with the lead.
We saw him working so hard at what Kyle Larson is good at, the best at, I would say. He's out of the race now. What does Ryan do from here on out to take it home?
Yeah, I think we just need to, manage the lead. It's certainly a long run, short run compromise here, so we'll have to fight a little bit early on to keep the lead, but certainly want to save some tires for the end.
Good day so far for the 12. We'll see how it pans out, guys.
All right, Steve. So currently, under this red flag condition, it's the driver of the 11, Denny Hamlin, who is leading the race. Let's see if we can get him on the radio.
Just get back.
Chat here. Hey, DH, it's the NBC booth. You got a copy?
10-4.
Well, we were all wondering what kind of strategy we were going to see out of the 11 here in this final green flag cycle, but with this yellow, it's kind of cut short. Blaney looks like he had his service, but you'll lead the cars to pit road. What do you think about the chances of the 11? It's looked good so far this race.
Yeah, definitely battle back today for sure. 12 strong. I think, we've got one of the best cars on the short run, so we see if we can have a good stop here and then challenge them on the restart. And if we get out front, it'll be tough, but certainly think we got a shot at it.
How do you manage this final run and maybe multiple final runs? Risk versus reward. I know a win is the golden ticket, but points, Martinsville, so much still ahead of you. Is it all the here or the now, or do you look ahead to next week and try to score what you can?
Yeah, I'm trying to do the best I can here for sure. Focus on Martinsville tomorrow. It's about any other race. I try to manage it the best I can, manage risk. I'm doing an awful job right now getting in the wall and cut tires at risk. So it just kind of need to be aware of what's going on and get the best finish out of my car possible.
All right, we appreciate you taking the time. I'd bring you a straw if I could, but I can't quite get you a straw from here. All right, there you go. That's even better. Good luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, he's making it difficult to grab a drink there without a straw. But Denny Hamlin is out in front. A red flag condition for this. The track cleanup continues after Larson hit the barrels at the entrance to pit road. Sand everywhere.
So if you are a Larson fan, he is out of the race. He has gone behind the wall, and he is done for the day. Larson, he will eventually be in last place as we have 51 to go, maybe third last place. But there is your lineup. As you can see, a lot of cars a lap down, a lot of cars pit as well. So Denny stayed out there a while they were pitting. So Denny, William Byron, Austin Dillon, Tyler Reddick, AJ Allmendinger, your top 5. Just note, when it does go back to caution and everybody pits, Ryan Blaney will not pit because he was on the pit road when the caution came out. So he will go probably to first place after the cautions are over. So thank you guys so much for tuning in here today. Make sure you're hitting that like button for us. We would love for you to join our channel and hit the like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes. And that is our goal, 100 likes. We have never not had one NASCAR stream where we weren't 100 likes. So make sure you help us out with that and see if we can get there. But thank you guys so much for everything.
Learn more and view important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
You think life is short? Football is short. Regular season's just 18 weeks. That's it.
If you'd like to join our membership, we have memberships for 99 cents, $1.99, and $2.99. And then we also have super chats available as well, as we're a member of the YouTube Partners Program. We're under red flag because Kyle Larson nailed the pit wall sandboxes and made it look like a beach.
Parked right now on the back stretch. The reason for this red flag is the 5 of Kyle Larson got into the barrels. He is out of the race and now standing by with Kim.
and we saw Kyle chase Ryan Blaney onto pit road. Walk us through what happened and what was going through your head in that split-second decision-making.
Oh, I haven't seen a replay. I'm sure it looked... I was just maximizing all I could, and I didn't expect him to slow down so early. I was just trying to get to the yellow line as quickly as possible and felt like I was in control. And then from my vantage point, it slowed down a lot. But, I mean, from there, it just looks like I vomited in there. So I just need to look at some data and see where I was relative to pit road speed and all that. But I hate it for Ryan more than anything. It's just he was doing a super good job out front, and his team's been doing a really good job throughout the playoffs. And that was not my intention. I was just trying to get to as close to his back bumper as I could to hopefully have a good cycle and
I want you to go out there and
have a better pit stop and come out in front of him and control the race from there. So just upset more than anything with myself. Even if he did slow down early, I still should have not pushed that hard. So just a bummer, and hopefully his team can recover from it.
The good news is you're already locked into the championship 4 with your win last weekend, but how do you keep this from killing the momentum you guys had?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think we had a great car today, so speed-wise, that was good. The second stage kind of got away from me, and I lost control of the lead there. Would have loved to have been able to win that stage and restart in the lead for the final stage, and none of this probably would have happened. So, yeah, just got to learn from little mistakes, and little mistakes just kind of compound throughout your whole race, and then you end up in the care center because of it.
So you hear the frustration in Kyle Larson's voice. Again, they continue to clean up that entrance to pit road with a red flag condition. But with that, right now, as the points stand, you have the 11 of Denny Hamlin as the race leader. So if he could continue on in that role, which we know he won't because they're going to come to pit road, but whoever wins this race could get an automatic bid to the championship 4.
Yeah, I feel it's going to be a playoff car. While we do have some non-playoff cars up there, I think Byron's right there. Blaney's had a great car. We see the 11 up there. I think Kyle Larson had a pretty good assessment of what happened there. I think we're the same way. We don't know who was too fast or who wasn't, but the simple fact is you're chasing another car onto pit road, so I put that mistake on the 5 of Larson. I do agree with him. They brought great speed here, but the Blaney car is the one that really has amazed me. He kind of jumped up on the radar back at the Coke 600 and won that race. I just didn't see this style of racetrack kind of fitting the Penske Fords. He was good in practice, and he's been good all day today. And now a little bit of luck to go with a solid race car. Maybe today's the day for him.
Still 51 laps to go. Drivers, as the yellow flag has come back out, do you see anybody challenging either Hamlin or Blaney for the win of this race?
Well, when you see the favorite go out like we just saw Larson do, everybody in this field sort of notices that, and they all think, man, now I got a shot. Because when we come to Homestead, we all assume that Larson is the man to beat. Well, now he's no longer in this race. We know the 12 is leading the race and running well, but this really opens it up confidence-wise for a lot of drivers. And now we're getting late in this race where everybody's got to start pushing it. You might have been a little conservative, maybe not running right against the wall all day long, trying not to hit the wall, trying to take care of your car. Now you're going to have to go out there and push it to the limit. And who can do that and do it well without making the big mistakes?
And what kind of race do we get, right? So in 4 of 6 final green flag runs on 1.5 mile tracks this year,
very different race.
It's been 20 laps or less. So are we going to get a rash of cautions? Are the cars that are good takeoff speed, are they the ones going to have an advantage? We don't know, and by the way, they don't know, but I can assure you that what you have to be doing right now is racing hard on this restart to get track position, and of course, that's when we see cautions.
Let's check back in with the Peacock Pit Box as we do a race recap of how we got to this point with just 50 laps to go.
Yeah, listen, this has been exciting. I didn't see that one coming. There's a lot of things that have happened here, but I did not see that coming.
6 more likes
and a lot
to
has
100
happened during
likes.
this, as we saw, and as we go back with the race recap here. This has
us.
been basically a Kyle Larson day, although Brad Keselowski was up in there. We've seen different ones, William Byron showing up, and so it's been fun to watch. Get a little action.
See Stenhouse here. He gets in the wall a little bit. They break the right rear. He spins around. But as we thought, the 5 car of Lawson of Kyle Larson wins the first stage.
Yeah, and then as they came to pit road to get these cars serviced, you can see a few things going on here. A lot happening with the 11. They lost a little bit of time, a number of spots with this. You see these guys working extremely hard. Just so much happening with this. And then the racing just intensified on the track.
Listen, and Blaney, and I agree with everything those guys have said, that just said before they came on. Nobody saw Blaney. I didn't see Blaney. We saw him at the 600. This didn't really fit in their wheelhouse. But this is the thing that's going to define the day. We see the 12 car. Larson just said he thought he slowed down a little bit. We saw Larson say, I was being overly aggressive. You had an excellent point comparing the Tuesday.
Well, they're in two different situations to where the 5 car is already in and Blaney's being conservative on pit road. Kim.
And William Byron free in and off. He said the back end's just out of the racetrack. It's killing his corner. He did get into the wall a little bit those last couple of laps. You saw that chassis adjustment, 4 fresh Goodyear tires, trying to get him back to where he was in stage 2, Dave.
They asked Denny Hamlin to be a little bit more aggressive coming onto pit road. 4 tire change, fixing a car that's a little bit loose late in the run, Marty.
Welcome back to the top 10. Christopher Bell, after a ton of changes from Adam Stevens. Bell said the car took off way better on that run. Still a little too free on exit. Tyler Reddick said he's pretty happy with the long run balance of the 45 as the drag race happens off of pit road. Denny Hamlin will win the race off pit road, but Reddick said the car just gets a little bit too tight at the end of the run, Rick.
So everybody took 4 tires. No tires for Christopher Bell.
Road. A couple also gained by Bell, but it was Hamlin who won the race off of pit road. Again, the 12 can stay out on track to take the lead.
So I'm sure Blaney will be in the lead here, as he did not need to pit. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Hit that like button for us. We're trying to get to 100 likes. 5 more likes to go to 100. And we would like to get 3 more subscribers to 8,060 if you have not subscribed to the channel. We've been doing NASCAR since day 1 here at the Daytona 500 Speed Weeks. And we would love for you to join us for the rest of the season. We got 2 more races to go. We'll be doing those 2 here as well. Play-by-play, plus the in-race audio, reactions, NASCAR chat, all that good stuff. So make sure you're hanging with us. Appreciate y'all. 4 more to 100, y'all. 4 more to 100, and we're down to 48 laps to go. 48 laps to go, but thank you for those subscribes. We appreciate you. No tires, I know. I can't believe he didn't take any tires. Christopher Bell with no tires. So Ryan Blaney, the new leader, because he was pitting when the caution came out, so he was not charged lap down because he was already on pit road when it closed. Bill says, go Blaney. What's up, Bill Stegman? Welcome in. There's Blaney on the thing, as we always bring up the leader on our page when they take the lead if we can. We have lots of redeems. We'd love for you to use them as well. Get mini games in the chat, and you can use them as redeems. Host freeze. So there it is. Thank you guys so much. You're tuning in. There's the host freeze for Alex. 4 more. Come on, hit that like button. 3 more to 100. 3 more to 100 likes. Let's see if we can finish strong. So the big race next week at Martinsville, where we'll get rid of 4 drivers in the playoffs.
To make it to the championship 4. Again, next week, it's Martinsville, and the field gets cut in half from 8 playoff drivers down to the championship 4. And of those 4 drivers, whichever one finishes ahead of the other at Phoenix is the champion. And we look at the playoff standings with Blaney as the race leader. You see him under Larson, who has a win already from a week ago. Byron and Hamlin above the cut line. Bell, Truex below the cut line. Right around that 16 to 18 point mark. And then Reddick back there 28. Buescher really in a must-win situation, 59 points out.
And Christopher Bell is going to restart 6th. Truex, after that reset, Steve explained it, he's going to probably start somewhere around 20th.
Anything could happen.
Reddick, saw him come off pit road, almost got
rowdy
wrecked.
friends out there.
Several spots on pit road.
You're a rowdy friend. Let me see those 8s in the chat. Rowdy friends.
And Truex is 20th. To your point,
yeah, we can do it, Rick.
20th in the running order, but on the
Got
racetrack.
the whole thing.
Because it's a wave-around car. I mean, you see him. You're on board, Truex. You don't see cars in front of you because you're getting ready to see the entire field or some of the field. There's a few other wave-around cars. My point is he won't be the 20th car in line on the racetrack. he'll actually have lap-down cars in front of him, making the challenge more difficult. How about Kevin Harvick? I know we said his name a lot at the start because the race is named after him, but here he is inside the top 5.
And as the race gets toward its conclusion, these final restarts intensify. Watch the pushers in row 2 who can be the best pusher to try to help the car in front of him get down into turn 1 and maybe either get clear and try to take the line away from.
You ready?
If Denny can get a great push from this 4 car, he could drive down into 1 clear and take the line away from the 12.
Likes the 100.
That could happen on the top lane.
Here we go, green flag. Let's go racing, boys.
It's important getting that great push.
Only 47. Now 46 when they get to the line. Laps remaining to determine, can someone lock themselves into the championship 4?
So Harvick didn't get a good start there. Now he's 3 wide.
Allmendinger fights him to the inside.
12 had a problem in the middle of the corner, got really slow. 11 got by him, and look at the run coming from Bell.
Bell to the inside of Blaney.
Christopher Bell with no tires.
To take second away and sliding in and hitting the walls of 15. The 42's also involved.
Caution.
Another car here as well.
Like
that's the one of Ross Chastain.
He's got right front damage.
All right, bring it to us this time.
So
Guys, I think it's right front toe link.
J.J. Yaley making hard contact in the 15 with the inside wall.
Now that is the break Truex wanted. Right, so all these cars are damaged down here, but that is a break Truex wanted because now he can go line up right with the cars that are on the lead lap with him.
That might be the first good break he's got in all the playoffs.
John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 also involved.
So another caution here.
See the AMR safety crew.
45 laps
to
to
these
go.
Drivers.
2 more likes to 100. Hit that like
still
button
up
for us.
for John Hunter
That was
Nemechek.
abrupt. It happened really quick, didn't it, William?
That's J.J. Yaley, and you see the extensive damage to the front of the 15.
Well, Junior, you talked about it. Intensity is going to pick up on these late race restarts. Everybody pushing a little bit harder. We saw Chastain in it. He was one of those wave around cars along with Martin Truex and several others.
1 more like to 100, y'all. Appreciate y'all joining us. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button.
John Hunter. Yeah, I was going to say it's hard to tell.
Car.
Yeah, hard to tell with the visor down. It looked like John Hunter.
So a break for Martin Truex Jr.
How about that restart, Jeff? You mentioned the 12. I couldn't tell if the 12 had an issue. The 11 had the best corner, but it was the 11 come off turn 2 with a 5 or 6 car
likes, y'all.
Yeah. Blaney drove in the corner, just got really slow in the middle of 1 and 2, and Hamlin just took advantage of it. And I'm not so sure without that caution that Blaney wouldn't have also lost 2nd place to Bell.
I gotta wonder, we talk about these bodies on these cars not being quite as, vulnerable to aero, but there was some contact with the 5 car on the pit road, right? It bows that right rear quarter panel out somewhat on that 12 car, and I wonder if that's catching a little air.
Or maybe there's even damage underneath, right? Maybe something we can't see. We know how sensitive the underneath is because there was definitely contact.
Let's see right here what happened. You see the 1 car top of the screen, 42, and the 15 on the bottom of the screen.
A lot of cars in the same spot, 3 wide, 4 wide,
right
just
there.
not so sure if everybody knew. See right there.
The 42 into the 6, the 6 into the 1, turns the 1 sideways. And they all big contact for Brad on that outside line.
And John Hunter Nemechek in that 42 car, that's the first time he's driven that car this year. So, working with a new spotter, maybe a little bit of communication.
Wonder who's going to be in that car next year.
I can concur. It gets tight off turn 2 on these late restarts.
HC Chat didn't get caught up for that. He had a good run. He was in top 5 earlier today.
He's got his hands all the way off the wheel. That's the key from the wheel jamming his wrist, breaking his thumbs.
Under caution, trying to get to 110 on the lights. Almost get to 110.
When all this started happening, a little bit of contact,
The 9 and the 19 had a little slight contact with the right front. Marty?
Yeah, Brad Keselowski and Martin Truex Jr. coming down pit road. Keselowski had actually pitted the last time, and so that's why they were so far back on the track, and that's why they also got into that wreck. So they're going to pull the right front fender and left front fender here for Keselowski. Steve, how about this call by James Small, putting on a set of sticker Goodyear tires here.
Comes Truex, 4 tires down the pit
one
road.
set left today.
Yeah, well, and the set you just took off has probably so few laps that they could probably put that back on if they need, but I love it. You got to keep swinging. Points are still available.
Martin Truex Jr. had restarted because of the wave around behind numerous cars. And so now with this caution coming out so quickly, he'll be able to get back in line with all the lead lap cars after this accident has happened. 4 cautions already today from Miami.
All right, so another caution, and we're going to be getting back to green flag here very soon. So appreciate y'all hanging out with us as we're 145 of us here. And we'd love to gain some more friends here before the race is over. So make sure you hit that like button. We're trying to get to 110. If you would like to hang out with us next week, we'll be doing the race from Martinsville and then the race from Phoenix next week. Same way, in-race audio, discussions, play-by-play sometimes. We would love for you to join us. So hit that like button and subscribe. We also have memberships available, one for 99 cents, one for $1.99, and one for $2.99. And get some more emojis on the channel you can use in the chat. And also, we have super chats available as well. So thank you guys so much. We'll bring back the race audio as soon as the cautions come back. Let me see who you got to win this race. Is it going to be the 11? Is it going to be the 12? Is it going to be the 20, the 24? Could Kevin Harvick win this? Let me see in the chat, y'all. What number you got winning this thing? I'm going Byron. He's strong, but Denny. I'd love to see Denny win. I would. But I'm going to go Byron. Let me see who you got in the chat. 11, 12, 20. 24, 4. Who you got? Let me see in the chat. Who do you have to win this thing? Timothy says, go, Denny, go. Rob says, Taylor Swift. William says, 24-20. I'm split. Come on, Truex, John says. Samuel says, the 8. What is the best Kyle Busch paint scheme? I don't know. Here we go. Back to it, y'all.
Round of 8. And Kevin Harvick, after a great pit stop, will restart it inside that top 5. This race named for Kevin Harvick, the Forever 400, thanks to Mobile One.
He's got to win this
because
race.
Kevin Harvick is retiring at the end of the year. He'll be a broadcaster in 2024. He wrote a letter
I think he does,
to Josh
Isaac.
Berry, who has been tagged as taking over the 4 ride, and here's him reading it.
This seat you're about to sit in, it's a seat that comes with perceived expectations, one where people will write your story before it's even written. I've been there before.
So are you ready for this race?
Is SHR making the right decision?
They'll call you my replacement.
What do you think about
Say
John
you're filling
Berry
my seat, comparing you and me.
in
But
this
the
seat
truth
next
is,
year in the 4?
they've got it all
Oh,
wrong.
there it is.
Because the number 4 requires
4.
more than simply
The
filling a
Budweiser.
seat. It requires someone to take the wheel and carry on a legacy.
Thank you, Knight.
A legacy
Appreciate
not
that.
defined by
Brian
wins
Knight.
alone.
Appreciate that.
One that can't be taught or
Thanks
bought.
for that subscribe.
But a short track mentality that takes a true racer's blood.
2 more.
I love that he brings that short track
8,060.
mentality.
This team was built intentionally, and now we're moving forward purposefully because you aren't just some guy filling this seat.
Yeah,
you demand
it is.
what the 4 requires. You've built quietly, but brilliantly, resilient in the face of obstacles, calculated in your approach, fierce as a competitor, there when it matters. How could we not notice? You're the racer for this ride. As my chapter closes and you take the wheel, I'm leaving you in the best hands I can, with the best advice I have. Do things your way, but realize your team is your foundation. Perfection is in the details. Set expectations. Grind every lap. Make this seat your own and don't apologize for it. Even when it seemed the path was chosen for me, I did it my way. And whether people cheer me
Thank you for
or
those
boo me,
subscribed,
that
y'all. We got to
unapologetic attitude
8,060.
is what
Appreciate
made me.
it.
And in many ways, probably saved me.
They can boo all they want, I don't care.
You're joining an organization that embraces that racer's way. One that doesn't take any shit.
I'm gonna bust his ass.
So green flag coming up here pretty soon.
Char to win. I've had some of the best moments in my life in the 4. Heck, it gave me a championship.
We're going with Byron Harvick for the win. Call me crazy, Anthony says.
My hope
Don't
is
piss off Smoke.
the
That's
4
right,
is as
John.
good to you.
And oh yeah,
as
by
it's
the way,
been to
don't
me.
make Tony mad, right?
Remember, you're in control now. Demand a standard, take care of your team, and the 4 will reward you. Josh, the wheel is yours.
Here we go.
It was this racetrack back in 2014, the first time that Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers had been paired together at Stewart-Haas Racing. They went on to win the championship back in 2014 as Kevin
Let's honor Kevin Harvick right here. 4 in the chat, y'all.
Final chapter of his
4 in
racing
the chat.
career
Let's
before he
honor
becomes
Kevin
a broadcaster
Harvick.
next
You're
year.
on the channel. 4
Josh
in the
Berry
chat.
will take over this ride, but a Hall of Fame career for what we have seen out of Kevin Harvick.
Well, yeah, an amazing career. I'm excited to see him in the broadcast booth. I think he's going to do a great job up there. Always has great perspective and always has a real opinion. And I think that's important for this job, to be able to give his opinion. And no one better than a guy who has won the championship and a guy that has won 60 races, right? So when he has an opinion, competitors may not love everything he has to say, but I guarantee it's, has a lot of experience behind it.
Kim.
And I talked with the team this morning, and they told me what a special week it's been with that paint scheme. Budweiser back on the car. That's the scheme he won this race and the title with in 2014. And crew chief Roger Childers told me, same driver, same crew chief, same car chief, some of the same engineers, the same shop foreman. So it was a very, very special week. They took lots of pictures. We saw how he was honored with the title of this race, how he got to choose the dignitaries for this race. And you can never count him out here, guys, because he has 10 top 5 finishes in the last 15 races here. Marty currently finds himself in the 5th position.
Kim, Christopher Bell sits in the 4th position. I just asked Adam Stevens, how many changes have you guys made today? He said, I've lost track, to be honest. He said, we have a terrific short-run car. He asked, Christopher Bell said to Adam, should we split this in half with 40 laps to go? He said, I don't think so, bud. So Bell is back in the game with a good car on short runs. We'll see if it plays to their advantage.
We're going to talk a lot about the 4 playoff drivers at the front, because a win could advance one of those to the championship 4. But Martin Truex Jr. back in 16th, looking at the points, this could be the restart that gives him a chance again next week to advance.
William Byron,
Christopher Bell, restarts. Who's good on restarts? Well, Denny Hamlin, he ranks 3rd on restarts this year. Bell, he ranks 5th. Blaney is 8th.
Let's go. Green flag. Green. Let's go.
Here we go. Green flag. Baby. Let's go racing, boys. 38 laps to go. Green flag. Back out. This time, Blaney up to speed better.
Is he going to get the front turn down here? 1 and 2 he's looking for. He's going to be able to stay on the outside of that 11.
On Denny.
Much better restart for the 12.
Blaney
side
gets
by
the start.
Down the back
Backstretch
Here
Blaney.
comes the 20.
Here comes
There's the
Christopher
push
Bell.
3 wide. No pushing. I'm going to try to take the lead.
3 wide.
Blaney to the bottom of the racetrack. They're side by side, door to door, up high.
Bell's long gone.
Wow, where did he come from?
Will Byron clear them both for second?
Where did Christopher Bell with no tires come from?
Blaney on the high side. This is what Harvick's looking at. He has to get out of the gas.
Oh, the 11 almost into the side of the 12 again off of 2.
The fight for second continues.
3 wide.
No one taking an advantage. Now the 24 is going to drift up the racetrack and take that second spot.
Wow. Who would have thought that?
C. Bell out
Denny.
front.
Whoa. Denny was going to slide up in front of him, just couldn't get there.
And there's a huge running coming from behind. They are upset at each other.
Yeah, Blaney had to live. They lost all kinds of momentum.
Wow.
Harvick on the bottom of the racetrack with Logano just above him, and the 3 of Dillon. 3 wide there.
Finally, Blaney clears, man. He has to be he's fuming right now. Now he's going to try to buckle down, get him some distance on that 11 car and try to run down that 24 for second. But this has cost Blaney. A guy looked like he was going to win this race.
Well, Blaney's got to win this race, man.
And he's sticking with him, though. Down into turn 3 and 4. Denny to the top of the racetrack. Back to the gas. He's got a pretty decent run coming.
Keep that like button, y'all.
Good momentum here.
110
Hamlin's going to close the gap on Blaney. Gets to his back bumper. They both go to the middle. Now Blaney goes middle, and Hamlin gets up next to the wall. Can the momentum help him on the backstretch?
Yeah, Blaney with good run right here, though. Not enough all-throttle time with new tires for Hamlin to use that upper lane to gain an advantage. So now he's going to go to the bottom. Early downshift, you heard him.
Watch the 11 get
Now the
dirty.
goal is to try to keep momentum the same as the 12.
He raced him
12
clean.
is sideways. You saw his hands moving in the race car. He's way too loose on corner exit.
Side draft there by Hamlin.
And he
Hammond
takes
drove
back
it in there
third.
really deep, sliding up the racetrack.
12's coming back on the bottom, though. I don't know if it's a big enough run to really compete down the back straightaway. They're almost side by side. Now there's a side draft. They're even.
These guys racing as Christopher Bell
really
says
comfortable
goodbye.
right here. He's hoping it comes to him quickly, though. Then he'll have the advantage on the top.
Those two continue to fight for third. Bell and Byron in front of them by a second.
And behind this, Truex on those tires, he's gone.
Into the wall hard as the 11. Denny Hamlin hard into the wall in turn
Denny goes
1.
to the wall.
Massive contact. Big damage to the right front of that car.
Something broke in the steering.
Oh, something broke.
Yeah, that car went straight into turn 1, right into the fence.
Hard contact for Denny Hamlin. Before the contact, Denny Hamlin 10 points above the cut line. We'll see how this is going to affect this team.
Down the front straightaway. Let's take a look.
See what happens.
Off into the corner.
He said something broke.
Yeah. Looks like either the right front went down or something in the steering. The toe link
right
broke.
into
I'm
the
not
car.
quite sure, but that car goes straight into
It
the
was the
fence.
hat.
You've seen it sort of jolt. Watch his steering wheel. Watch the steering wheel. See if anything happens there. Oh, did you see his steering wheel jerk out of his hands right there?
He shifted. He went down to shift, too, and it looked like the steering wheel.
There was
Steering
some
wheel
contact
broke.
between he and the 12. You
Driver
wonder if he
broke
didn't
once
cut a
again. You're right,
sidewall on a
T-Man.
tire or something like that happened, because when in those battles
gonna
there
be
was
affecting
contact.
him.
Did something get damaged? Did a tire
His
get
car all
cut
jacked up.
in that battle with Blaney?
Whatever happened, you almost see the wheel get yanked out of his hands, Marty.
Denny Hamlin with a steering issue, and his teammate Martin Truex Jr. with an issue as well. This was under green a moment ago.
Oh, no,
Yeah, I thought my motor
Truex.
was feeling bad.
The controller was
Power, I think, might be
disconnected.
blowing up.
And you can see the oil coming from the tailpipe. Steve, he said it's running rough. It's cutting off. They've asked him to go to page 3 on the screen right in front of him
I
and
know
try
it
and
takes.
diagnose it. But it looks like the engine for the 19 is not going to live. What a cruel 5-minute turn for Joe Gibbs Racing with Hamlin and Truex having an issue.
Yeah, 2 with an issue. Bell leading. So you go to page 3 to try to diagnose it and see if there's something you could try to do to limp this thing home. But you see the smoke
hit
coming
that
out the
like button.
pipes.
You're
So
trying to get
definitely
to
some sort of
110,
an internal
maybe
issue for the
120. Yeah, I'll show you
19
the
car.
replay.
And guys, for the 11, it looks like the right front tire on the car still has air in it, sitting right here, right? It's not on the wheel. So I think you guys both called it, the movement in the wheel. There wasn't really any sparking like it went down onto the car at any point or any of the rub blocks or anything. So something in the steering. I mean, all of these cars have hit the wall multiple times today. It's going to be
Toyota
very
engine
interesting
fail.
to see what Joe Gibbs Racing,
Denny
Chris
is out of the
Gabehart,
car.
his
He is
11 team
done.
finds what was finally the moment that let go. And it might be hard to understand after the hard contact post-failure.
Denny's climbed out of the car. There's Coach on the bottom of the screen.
And you can hear in the background, you can hear Truex
Hit that like
engine.
button. Trying to get
It's
to
sick.
110.
It is not running right at all. Winding that down on
120.
Truex's car.
120.
He's going to
lights.
climb out as well. Marty.
They're done, Rick. Yep. And Truex did say, if I shut it off, I feel like it will not start. And James Small said, shut it off. We're done. And Truex now being pushed back to the garage. What a crazy 5 minutes for this race
Two of
team.
my
A
final
year ago,
4
only
picks
2
might
playoff
be
drivers
done.
finished in the top 10 here, and it looked like it was going to be the exact
it
opposite
doesn't
this
do
year.
well next
they
week.
filled the top 10 other than Buescher,
But now it's Bell, Byron, Blaney, 1, 2, 3. Reddick, the other one in the top 10, running 8th.
Truex and Hamlin both will be behind the wall.
The pit road's not been open yet because the 11 car has a wrecker hooked up to it on pit road, so they cannot open it yet. And Steve, there's going to be some difficult decisions to be made right here.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the leaders with 8 laps on your tires, I think the decision is clear. I think you have to come to pit road here. The question is farther down. You know, Chase Elliott running 14th was just on pit road. He has a few less laps on his tires. Will someone else decide to stay out? But
yeah, next week's going to be
really
fun, y'all. Right here on the channel.
This track is as hard on tires as Darlington.
Right here, we're going to have fun.
I think it's a must pit.
Martinsville next week, next Sunday.
The crew chief for Denny Hamlin, just giving him words of encouragement. You know, it's a bad break, but there's another chance next week. We're going to go to battle and go to Martinsville, a place where Denny Hamlin has had success. This is not over for us. He was trying to build that mindset. Look, tough break. You did a great job. Got ourselves in position to win this race. We are not done.
What a swing.
Big swing. Bell, Byron, and Blaney. Still 3 playoff drivers. They're running 1, 2, 3 with an opportunity to win their way into the championship 4.
Think about the race that Bell had a week ago, right? I mean, second in one stage, third in the other, finished second in the race, and was so dejected leaving. Now he has the chance to put that behind him.
All right, here we go.
That decision you talked about, Jeff. I think everyone's coming to pit road.
Pit stops
so if that's
under
the case,
caution.
then it's right back on the pit crew.
Here they come. Christopher Bell leading them down.
Kim.
And William Byron said he's a little tight, but he can drive through. He said, give me a little bit more turn to help my entry. That fire off, though, he said, was much better the last time. They did make a slight air pressure adjustment on those 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Dave.
For Ryan Blaney, can they fix what was wrong on that last restart? Can he get the fire off speed that he needs with this 4-tire change, Marty?
Dave, what an incredible recovery for Christopher Bell. Now can the pit crew deliver and keep him in the lead? Bell very happy with the fire off speed. Meanwhile, Tyler Reddick said, I just need a little bit more long run speed. I could tell where that was heading. Now the drag race off pit road. Look at that. And William Byron and his team will gain a few spots, Rick.
Christopher Bell only went 4 tires
that
so
time.
Bell loses 2 spots on pit road. Harvick holds on to that 4th spot. Logano gains 1 to get in the top 5 coming off of pit road. It was this.
But Denny Hamlin, something went well on the steering wheel, and he went and nailed the wall. Something broke, so he is done for the day. Martin Truex Jr. is done for the day. So 2 big hits to JGR Racing. 2 that were in the playoffs and are still in the playoffs, but are going to be needing a lot of help next week. But thank you guys so much for tuning in here today. On the Go at CeeLo is the channel. We've been doing NASCAR since Daytona 500. We've watched every race except the ones I've went to, and I missed maybe 1 or 2 because of vacation. So thank you so much. I think we missed 4 races out of the whole season this year we've done right here on the channel. So make sure you're hitting that like button. We would love for you to help us get to 120 on the likes, and then we'll move to 130 on the likes. And then make sure you subscribe. We're trying to get to 8,070 on the subscribes. There are 213 of us here watching the race. We would love for you to join us for the rest of the year. We got 2 more races next week at Martinsville and then Phoenix. We'll be doing both of those just like we're doing right here. We'll be talking NASCAR and having a good time right here on the channel. So appreciate you guys so much for everything. CeeLo, I'm doing the fan reward thing on NASCAR site. Nice. Very cool. NASCAR site has a lot of cool things. So we'll be bringing back the in-race audio as soon as it's over. Let me see now that things have changed. Let me see who you got winning this race. Is it going to be William Byron? Is it going to be Blaney? Is it going to be Christopher Bell? Is it going to be Harvick? Could he win this thing? Could Joey Logano come out of nowhere and win this thing? Look at Bubba Wallace. He's back in the top 10. This should be interesting. But Christopher Bell looked pretty strong. He had the worst tires out there, and he went deep into the turn and took the lead, and he hadn't looked back since. But he lost the lead on the pit road. So Williams says 20 or the 24. Marky Dew says Blaney. James Bruce says 20 or the 4. Triton says you're going Tomater. Low-key Reddick. Andrew says, let's see where Reddick is. Reddick. Where do I not see Reddick? He's an 8th spot. He could blow it up. Blowman is now in the top 20. Let's go. There you go. San Diego kid. Brian Knight, our newest subscriber. He says 24. Byron, tell the 99 to hit the pace car. That's right. Matter of fact, let's do it. We always do it sometime during the race. Let's see your favorite Days of Thunder quote in the chat as he says, tell him to hit the pace car. Let me see your very favorite Days of Thunder quote.
Road, the 5 of Larson slides into the barrels at the entrance to pit road, and he is out of the race.
Yeah, the only driver locked in with a win last week. Looked like he had a chance to go back-to-back in victory lane, makes contact, puts us under red flag, and then that set off a chain of events that has not stopped for the playoff drivers. Next up, Denny Hamlin, mechanical issue straight into the wall.
Yeah, watch the steering wheel.
It's finally flicking in.
Yeah, it jerks really hard. Air in the tire, so something broke into Denny Hamlin's day. Chris Gabehart saying it's going to be okay, and then right behind it, Martin Truex.
Yeah, under this caution, the 19 team thinks they have an issue. There you see the smoke coming out of the tailpipes. They brought him to pit road. He's out of the race.
2 weeks in a row, Christopher Bell comes in for the last stop with the lead and comes out third. 2 weeks in a row. Can he turn it around and find a way to win this race?
And again, a win advances to the championship 4. If you're a playoff driver, field now behind.
Here we go, green flag, baby. Let's go racing, boys.
24 on the inside, 25 laps to go.
Here we go. Hold on a second, I'll get it back up here, guys.
Blaney fighting hard on the outside there. Much better restart for him on new tires. Side by side, here comes the 20 with a run. Does he go to the bottom of the racetrack?
Byron's had good speed on the short runs all day, not good on long runs. He needs to get this lead right now.
Just can't clear the 12 right here. Here comes, there's the 12, Blaney. Back by down the front straightaway. The 24 is going to side draft a little bit. They even out into 1.
24 surging ahead, and the 12 drops back to second. Now, with that lower line, the 12's fighting back on the inside.
Predicted Byron to win this thing.
As Blaney had a little bit of a run. Good defense by Byron to be able to keep the lead.
That's allowed Bell to catch these guys. Bell underneath the 12 car. Can he get side by side?
So much on the line for these playoff drivers. A guaranteed spot at Phoenix for the championship race. Bell now even with the 12. Can Bell clear Blaney? He does as Blaney wiggles a bit. So Bell's up to second.
Blaney got a little bit tight down there in 1 and 2. The 20 wrapped the bottom really good. Can Bell chase after this 24 car, closing the gap on the leader?
Now it's a guessing game. Christopher Bell is trying to decide where William Byron is going. He wants to go the opposite. Is William going to go to the top? Is he going to go to the bottom? If he goes to the top, you want the bottom. You want clean air. It's a guessing game at the moment.
Keselowski
to the bottom for both of them. Bell right on that white line. Byron drifts off of it as they go down the backstretch.
Hey, where is he?
Blaney's falling back to third.
28th,
he has had the best car on that long run today. Will this happen again, and will he have enough time to make it up?
Yeah, it's 22 laps enough to develop that long run speed. If the 20 and the 24 can get up there and aggravate each other, that's definitely going to bring that 12 car back into this battle.
A year ago, we saw Christopher Bell win his way into the championship 4 from Martinsville, which is the next race. If he could get in front and win this race here, lock himself into the championship 4 a race earlier. Another great opportunity as we take a look at the progressive telemetry of Christopher Bell.
Blaney's hanging in there.
Yeah, he is. Christopher Bell guessed wrong in 1 and 2 that last corner. Lost a lot of ground. He got tight in the dirty air of that 24 car. Now Bell all the way to the bottom of the racetrack. That was a better corner.
Top 3 separated pretty equidistant. First to second, second to third.
Now Byron's moved up the racetrack here a little bit.
Byron always wins when Larson
20
is
tries
out.
to close in the middle of the corner.
This will have to be William Byron's best run of the day if he wins this race. He has not been good
down
after
to
6
the
or 7
last
laps.
second again.
Yeah, the
Thanks for
20's
those
been a
subscribes.
little bit quicker, been able to
Appreciate
close
that.
the gap on this 24. Christopher Bell talks about not being great here, not loving running the high side, but he's going to have to figure it out to be able to make this pass.
Both in the middle of the racetrack. Now Bell with a little momentum has to get out of the gas. He's running right in the tire tracks of William Byron.
Yeah, Byron faded down just a little bit right there to try to take the air away from the 20. He's just watching that mirror. He's getting information from his spotter as well as to where that 20 car is going, where the 20's running in every single corner, so he can try his best to dirty up the air for that second place car. Blaney's lost a little bit of touch to these two.
Byron 6 wins already on the season. The winningest driver in the playoffs. The winningest driver.
The 20 gains on him pretty good right there in the middle of 3 and 4.
18 to
but
go,
down here in
y'all.
1 and 2, the 20 runs
to
the
go.
bottom. The 24 does too. And that makes it difficult. Now the 20 fades high. See if he can make some speed up in this higher groove.
And that surprised William
24 and the
Byron.
12
There's a
getting
run
into it.
coming right now from the 20 car. Good forward momentum.
Comes
Here
Christopher
comes
Bell.
Bell. Does he try the slide job as they go into 3? No, he tucks back in. He'll go to the wall.
He liked that high side in 1 and 2, so he thought, man, I
17
might
to
try it
go.
down here again, but the 24 runs it as well.
I'm not even sure William Byron's looking out of the windshield at the moment. He is glued in on that rear
driving.
view camera, trying to block big time that 20 car.
Now William, you're getting that information right there. To the bottom, he says, that means where the 20 car went. He went to the bottom. He didn't go to the top of the racetrack.
Bell's got to jump here. He's got an opportunity. William is struggling.
Half lane, full lane,
Oh, no, Pierce.
Just try to work the middle there.
Oh, the 20 throttles up. He might get to the quarter panel. We're side by side to the flag stand.
15 laps to go. Now for the lead. Bell on the inside. Byron gassing it up on the outside, trying to keep
Christopher
that
Bell
momentum
do
up as he goes almost all the way up to the wall.
20's clear off the 2. Into the lead, Christopher Bell.
Bell with the lead.
It's about an hour ago, Christopher Bell didn't think he could run 20th. Almost got lapped.
Christopher Bell with
Pulling
the lead.
away
Hit that
from
like button.
Byron is Bell.
And subscribe, y'all.
14 laps to go.
And behind them, Tyler Reddick has run Blaney down. Blaney's struggling with this race car. Tyler Reddick 10 points out right now of that last spot in the playoffs. Every position is going to matter.
As they run, you see the points on the lower left of your screen. Bell as the leader. Right behind Larson, who's already won. Byron 33 points above the line. Blaney 10. Reddick, Truex Jr., Hamlin, and Busher all below the cut line.
Yeah, Blaney came in here 17 out. He's done an amazing job today in the stages. Sits here riding in 3rd. He doesn't have the car that he had earlier since that contact on pit road with Larson, but he's in that high line. That's a great position to be if he can continue to make the time up there. He'll be able to maintain this 3rd position, Dave.
And they had a quick radio conversation. Big picture, you are plus, at that time 12, now 10. And Ryan said, I'm trying, but yeah, I hear you, I hear you. So he knows he's good where he is if he doesn't just bleed points and positions from here on out.
I agree. He just needs to stay exactly where he is. Try not to overstep it and get in that wall. Do not cut down a tire right here at this point in the race. Don't push too hard. Even if we have to give up a spot to Reddick, which we shouldn't, I think this 12 car can make the lap time. He might even have a chance to run down Byron in the last few laps.
We have seen at this racetrack on older tires, there'll be major differences between the car leading and the guy running him down by 3 or 4 tenths of a second. If that's going to happen for Blaney, it needs to happen quick. He ran quicker than Bell that lap.
Bell out in front, now 11.
12 and the 45, running the wall, making time. I'll leave you alone.
11 laps to go. You heard the spotter. I'll leave you alone. Byron running in the 2nd position. Again, We saw earlier the 11 of Denny Hamlin got into the wall. He's out of the infield care center and with Kim.
Yeah, tough day for Denny Hamlin. We saw you get into the wall during that last run. Your team kind of gave you a pep talk and then ultimately had a mechanical failure. Do you think that initial contact with the wall contributed to the problem that took you out?
Honestly, I didn't hear you, but I mean, we tried and just didn't work out. And unfortunately for our Old Sport Clips team, they really battled back really well today. And man, it's a tough break.
Tough break for Denny Hamlin, who before that incident was plus 11 to the good, now find himself below the cut line.
16 points below the cut line for Denny Hamlin after the wreck.
Ryan Blaney is coming. He is not done. And look at what he's done, Junior. Look at his entrance into turn one. He was the fastest car by 3/10 that lap. He is now using every inch of the racetrack.
9 laps to go. Blaney the fastest.
They're giving him the top of the racetrack down here in 1 and 2. They are not giving him the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4. So as he does get closer to this 24 car, he'll have to measure and make adjustments on what the car is capable of doing up against the wall in 3 and 4.
Blaney 2 3/10 of a second faster than Bell and Byron the last time by. Now he goes down.
Yep, you see he made the adjustment. He knew that if he followed that 24 into the corner, he's liable to hit the fence. So he faded low, run a great corner in 3 and 4 through the middle of the track. Back to the top here.
Still 2/10 of a second faster than Bell. Oh, Byron up to the racetrack.
Ooh.
Trying to take that line away. That's going to hurt the 12 car. And that right there allows Christopher Bell to inch out just a little bit.
1.1 seconds the gap now as Blaney goes to the inside of the 24.
He buried that car on the entry to 3 and now draws even to the 24. Byron really struggling here late.
When you talk about risk versus reward, this is where the 12's got to go for it. Just ship it down in there. There you go. Slide in front of William Byron. Now you got a shot.
Is 7 laps enough? 1.2 seconds is the gap back behind Bell.
That lap, racing
Does he have enough? Yes or no?
About 4/10 of a second. That is a lot with only 7 laps to go, but I believe this 12 car is the fastest car on the racetrack.
Definitely faster than Bell the last few laps. We'll see if he can get back into that rhythm. 6 laps remaining.
Reddick now to the inside of Byron as well.
I don't think he has
Reddick
enough.
showing good speed right here. He's going to do the same thing, dive down into the corner.
And Blaney ran the same speed as Bell, but remember,
Reddick
he still was
trying for
completing that
third.
pass into turn 1. This will be the first clean lap that he's had.
Top 4 all playoff drivers. Bell, Blaney, Reddick, and Byron. Blaney 1.4 seconds back. Bell putting together great laps. He said that this isn't his favorite track, although everyone has thought that he could be excellent at this racetrack, running right up against the wall. And now Bell decides to go a couple lines down from the fence.
Blaney about just a little bit less than a 10th faster that lap. He's going to make Christopher Bell work for it. He's going to have to earn it.
Blaney reeling them in.
Less than 5 laps and the gap is closing. 1.2 seconds now for Blaney.
Last week it was Bell running Larson down. Now he's on the other side of that battle. Now it's Bell protecting the lead as Blaney tries to run him down. Bell's best friend might be Tyler Reddick as he inches in on Blaney. Will he get close enough to get the attention of the driver of the 12?
That's a great point. I have a feeling Blaney's not looking in that mirror right now. But Bell's done a great job of picking his pace up.
Coming up on 3 laps remaining. The gap still 1.2, 1.3 seconds. Blaney right up against the wall. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, that time they broke even. I'm sorry, Blaney just a little bit quicker. Shout out to AJ Allmendinger, also sitting there running 5th.
For a guaranteed spot and a shot at a championship. Bell was there a year ago after his win at Martinsville. Can he lock himself in today in Miami?
Two more good ones here, bud.
2 laps remaining.
Unbelievable. Could Christopher Bell be in the final
the gap
4?
Now increasing, 1.5 seconds for Bell.
Yeah,
Wow.
Bell can be conservative here
Wolfgang.
on his line, not really
Where's
pushing
Wolfgang at?
right up against the
It's
wall.
his boy.
He's got plenty to give up here if he wants to just kind of take it easy to be able to cruise home.
I feel like Blaney
I'll show you the last lap,
made the
y'all.
assessment, I can't get to him. And then Blaney said, hey, I can't hit the wall here. I got to get this second place finish, get as many points as possible.
All right, here we go.
It's 1 lap to go. Presented by
lap to
Credit
go.
One Bank. Christopher Bell didn't run a green flag lap in the top 5 until lap 221. And now, after overcoming a slow pit stop, Christopher Bell goes down the backstretch, and he can see a shot at the championship.
All right, James.
Christopher Bell off of turn 4. And the 28-year-old is going to lock himself into the championship 4. He's won in Miami.
Wow. Wow. Unbelievable.
Hell of a job, guys. That's why you never give up. Great job, man.
Wow.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing.
2 races in the round of 8 complete,
I know
and
what you
2
mean.
drivers have locked themselves into the championship 4. This week it's Bell.
Yeah, you're right. Here's 20 for the win. That's right, Michael. So Christopher Bell wins it. Unbelievable.
For millions of young people,
He didn't take
Boys
4
and Girls
tires.
Club of America
and everybody
provides
else
a safe
did. I thought he
place
was done.
where
but
science,
he ended up
technology,
passing
and
everybody.
NASCAR come together.
Sorry.
For the green
commercial on there. He ended up passing everybody there and took the lead. And man, Blaney back and forth, but Christopher Bell beats Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney had the car today, but he had some issues there. But man, unbelievable. Who would have, if this race is different, if Kyle Larson doesn't hit the pit road? Probably. But wow, Christopher Bell takes care of it. But thank you guys so much for everything. 124 likes. We thank you so much for that. Keep on hitting that like button if you haven't already. Let's see if we can get to 130 on the likes. But we made a good finish strong here on the stream. I appreciate that. Got some good folks in here for the last bit of the race. So here we go. Back to it.
By Advance Auto Parts, and the crowd appreciative of what they just saw out of Bell. Marty?
Rick, I don't know what it is about this race team to answer when they need to. Last year, the walk-off win. Wife Morgan coming in for the hug. They got the win at Martinsville when they needed to last year. Today, Christopher Bell delivers at Miami. And a much-deserved hug from the race
Still
team.
in it. You're right, Brian.
Christopher, how in the world did you and Adam Stevens take a car
Thank you, Rob.
that was about to go a lap down and turn it into a winning race car?
I've got the best team behind me. I just, honestly, I don't know, man. That race is a whirlwind, and I was ready to throw the towel in there in the second stage, and I got really frustrated on the radio, and Adam kept after it. Adam, Tyler, William, the guys back at the shop are, working over the adjustments, and they gave me what I needed. Whenever we got some clean air, this thing was really good, and just, I cannot say how proud I am to be here with our partners, with Ream and DeWalt, driving these Toyota Camrys. I've been with Toyota since day one, so thank you everyone that supported me. This is better than a dream come true.
Rick, Christopher Bell will now race for a championship under the banner of Joe Gibbs Racing.
And he will also head to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane for that celebration to continue with his team. Again, a reminder, the Progressive NASCAR America post-race show will continue on Peacock, as well as more interviews. All smiles, though, for the driver of the 20. There's more NASCAR and motorsports coverage available on NBCSports.com. Post-race coverage continuing on Peacock. Coming up next on NBC, it's local news, except on the West Coast. And later tonight, Football Night in America, followed by the Dolphins and Eagles. Congratulations, Christopher Bell.
All right, so here's Christopher Bell winning the race. Let's go through the field, and then we'll call it a day. All right, so Christopher Bell wins, Ryan Blaney in second, Tyler Reddick third, William Byron fourth, AJ Allmendinger fifth, Bubba Wallace sixth. What a finish for him. Bubba Wallace, Ty Gibbs there in seventh. Toyotas there in the top five. So 1, 2, 3, 4 top Toyotas in the top 7. Logano, great run for him, an 8th. Eric Almirola, his last race in Miami as well, finishes 9th. Austin Dillon, 10th. What happened to Kevin? He was in the top 5. He fell back out, finishes 11th. Austin Cindric finishes 12th. Ryan Preece, 13th. Eric Jones, 14th. Chase finishes in 15th. Daniel Suarez in 16th. Chase Briscoe, 17th. Kyle Busch, 18th. Alex Bowman, San Diego kid there in 19th. Stays in the top 20. Good top 20 finish for him. Corey LaJoy, strong top 20 for him. Chris Buescher gains a little bit of points, I guess, on the boys. So he moves up. Chris Buescher finishes 21st. Michael McDowell, 22nd. Justin Haley, 23rd. And then that was the last car on the lead lap. And then you had Ty Dillon, Todd Gilliland, Ryan Newman, Ricky Spinhouse, Brad Keselowski, James Moore finished 28th. Martin Truex Jr. finished 29th. Denny finishes 30th after wrecking. Ross Chastain 31st. John Hunter Nemechek 32nd. J.J. Yaley 33rd. Kyle Larson 34th when that big wreck when he hit the wall, pit road. Josh Bilicki 35th, and then Harrison Burton finished last place. Let's take a look at the leaders. Christopher Bell led the last lap and 26 laps today. Ryan Blaney, not the most laps led, but 53rd, 53 laps led. Reddick led only 1. Byron led 25 laps. Bubba Wallace led 9. Keselowski, strong there for a little while, finished 16th. Truex finished 11th. My boy Denny led 31 laps. And then Kyle Larson, before hitting the wall in pit road, one of those sandbags, finishes with 96 laps complete led. So there is your field that we went through. And man, oh man. So Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson now are in the championship 404. So let's take a look to see if I can see the standings now here for you guys, and then we'll call it a day. NASCAR standings. NASCAR playoff standings. So Larson, Byron. No, I don't think that's right. They haven't updated that one yet. Let's see if they have updated this one yet. So Larson, Christopher Bell. Now they haven't updated them yet, so we'll definitely go. Oh, so maybe this is it right here. So Christopher Bell is now the leader. Kyle Larson. I don't know if you can see this or not. Christopher Bell, the leader. Come on, camera. There we go. Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, William Byron, and then Ryan Blaney are your 4. And then on the cut, Tyler Reddick, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, and Chris Buescher. So Ryan Blaney's plus 10, and then Tyler Reddick is minus 10. Truex and Denny both are minus 17. So it should be interesting for those final 2 spots on this race coming up in Martinsville. Both those guys are really good at that track, so it should be interesting. Someone is not making it. Between William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, all these guys. It's interesting. But Christopher Bell takes it. So you're welcome, Teresa. Appreciate everybody that watched the race today with me. We were real slow there beginning end, but it turned out to be a great finish. But there it is, the final rundown of the Forever 400, a salute to Kevin Harvick, sponsored by Mobil One Oil. There we are. So All right, guys, thank you so much. Make sure you guys hit your notification bells. Thank you for all our subscribers today. Edward and EJ, appreciate you subscribing. And Brian Knight, thank you for subscribing, our 2 subscribers, plus some private subscribers as well. But appreciate that. Let's see what we're up to now. 8,062. Hey, we'll take it. So thanks for the subscribers. Thanks for all the mods. Thanks, Spain, for letting me hang out with you guys. And also, thanks for the mods hanging out all the time. Never have any controversy. And thank for everybody that watched me the last week during at Disney. We appreciate you too. So until next time, congratulations, Christopher Bell, with a big win. JGR kind of representing somehow, but we'll see you next week at Martinsville next Sunday. Be there or be